He might be just glancing over his shoulder to see if the lunch van has pulled up just yet.
Yeah, his chole bhature is waiting for him as well.
Yes. Yeah, is working a bit too short, clipped away onto the legs of forward short leg Chandapol. There is no run. It's working in. Again, too short. Punched off the back foot, going to mid-on. I don't think Sharma will be able to prevent another over from being bowled. And it's Holder rushing up. So this is going to be the final over coming up. And after 25, India 119 without loss, 62 to Rohit and 51 to Jaiswal.
Yeah, Jaiswal has caught up to Rohit's 62. But Jaiswal was trailing initially, and Rohit was doing the bulk of the scoring, but now Rohit at 62 and Yashasvi Jaiswal on 51, 119 for no loss. This certainly will be the last over before lunch here on the first day of this 100th test match between India and the West Indies here at this amazing cricket ground known as the Queen's Park Oval here in Port of Spain, Trinidad. Jason Holder gets ready to bowl to Yashasvi Jaiswal, and we see a slip. Gully.
Is Holder looking to angle it across Jaiswal. It's over pitch, driven down the ground. A lovely bit of fielding there at the middle off by Roach. Can't prevent the single. So it's 121 now without loss.
Another thing, this right-hand, left-hand combination also does play on the bowler's mind, because the fielders have to change after every ball when the batter changes. So that also has been a very important component of India's batting, and they've been rotating the strike as well. They've been hitting boundaries. There have been a couple of sixes in the time before lunch, but that also does play on the fielder's mind as we see the next delivery come in.
Yes, Holder is in bowls and a bit too short. Just pushing it away on the offside. Not venomous at all here from Holder. Hasn't really troubled Sharma. It's been all India this morning, to be honest.
It's been all India, and I think Rohit Sharma probably is probably content at the moment that Yashasvi is not on strike, realizing that the 21-year-old young man who wants to, who's a natural stroke player, playing in a test match where he probably wants to just guard his wicket as Jason Holder comes in right arm over the wicket.
Yeah, he is now up to the wicket bowl. So full toss, clipped away nicely down to the mid wicket, and Chandapol comes off the fence. Just one. Must be very frustrating for the West Indian players out there. It's very hot as well.
I was out there during the initial ceremony with Cricket West Indies folks. I accompanied Azim Bhai onto the for the presentation of the plaque to both the captains, and had a nice short talk with Azim Bhai.
I think he has put everything in place for this test match, and he's hoping for a better turnout. It's pushed away on the offside, but that can only happen if the West Indies show some fight here, Nilesh.
Yes, the West Indies are doing their best. I mean, the Indian both the Indian batters are playing extremely well. Both of them extremely gifted. Yashasvi, everybody wants to see Yashasvi Jaiswal's batting because he is the future star for Indian cricket. At 21 years of age, scoring a century on debut in the first Test match in Dominica, and now here at Port of Spain, batting on 52 and completely unfazed and batting brilliantly as Jason Holder comes in from right arm over the wicket.
Yeah, it's Holder. He goes past the umpire, now bolts edged and gone. It dropped. Well. That was the breakthrough that they were looking for. Brilliant delivery there by Holder, angling across the left-handed Jaiswal, and he just didn't push forward long enough to get to it. It peeled off the outside edge, and the young man Atenes drops it at first slip. They're not happy out there at all. Look at this delivery. Just beaten all ends up. It was a brilliant delivery. Should have taken that.
That was a catch that should have been taken. It was not an easy catch. He had to dive in front as Jason Holder comes in right arm over the wicket.
Yeah, he's again bowls. This is pushed away down to Gully. I think he is going to walk away for lunch. And very disappointed young man there, Jason Holder. Should have taken that wicket, and that would have at least eased their tension at the lunch break. Let's have a look at it again. It was dying on Anthony's, but he just couldn't hold on to it. It should have been taken, and that's the situation here at the lunch break. India, they are large and in charge here at the Queen's Park Oval, and the West Indies will be left to ponder what went on this morning. 121 without loss, 63 to Rohit Sharma. Jaiswal, he's on 52 not out, should have been removed on the stroke of lunch. It was not to be, and that, I'm afraid, is the story of the morning. It's all India. Session 1, 26 overs bowled, and the Indians getting 121, striking 3 sixes and 14 fours.
Yeah, we know that it is all India, as you said, here in the second test match here at the Queen's Park Oval. Both Rohit Sharma and Yashasvi Jaiswal playing brilliantly. One mistake that Yashasvi made was giving a chance to the fielder at the second slip, where Athanes dropped a difficult catch, I would say. It was not an easy catch. He had to dive down low to his right, and
I think it should have been taken at this level. You expect catches like that to be taken, and it has now given Jaiswal that opportunity to come back and continue. Roach 6 overs none for 34, Joseph 6 overs none for 30, Gabriel 4 overs none for 24, Warwick 5 overs none for 17, and the luckless Holder 5 overs 1 maiden none for 12. We take a short break. We'll be back in about 30 minutes time to continue coverage of this second test match.
All stations, 10 seconds, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Well, welcome here to back to the Queen's Park Oval. We're getting ready for the start of the second session after lunch. And if you're now joining us, well, the news is not so great if you're a West Indies fan, because India, having been put into bat by the West Indies, are 121 without lost. The 52 is Jaiswal, and Sharma, skipper Rohit Sharma, he is on 63. In the last over of the pre-lunch session, Jaiswal was given a chance when he edged a delivery from holder very low down to Alec Athanaze, who was the only slip fieldsman. He lunged forward, got both hands straight. It was a difficult catch, but it's a catch you expect to be taken at international level. And unfortunately for the West Indies and for himself, he grasped it. And so Jaiswal lives to fight on. He's on 52 at the moment and eyeing another century. And when you think of it, he made his debut in Dominica. And now if he gets another century here, it would be a fantastic start to his test career. I'm Colin Murray, as I say good afternoon again to all our listeners wherever you may be picking up this broadcast here at the Queen's Park Oval. It's been a lovely day so far. I'm here together with Sunil Ramdin. Sunil, it's been tough. It's been tough. I must say certain aspects of the West Indies performance before lunch was disappointing to me. I don't know how your take is.
Yeah, very disappointing. Good afternoon to all our listeners. As Colin said, wherever you may be. And India, classy first session from India, but it was as brutal as it was classy. 120 in that session and no chances, Colin, really, except for the one you just talked about with young Alec Athanaze. Just in his second test, you've got a feel for him. But as you said, it was the breakthrough that they required. Rohit Sharma looks in an imperious form. It would have been Jaiswal who he put down, and I'm sure Sharma would have given him the blow dryer during the lunch period, because he was talking him through those last couple of overs leading up to lunch.
Well, Shannon Gabriel is going to start the attack from the Willie Rodriguez end, or the Jerry Gomez media center end, and he's going to bowl the first ball after lunch to the Indian skipper. And he's in, and Sharma there, all concentration as he comes on the front foot. Delivery pitched up to him, and you could see him obviously wanting to feel bat on ball. And he was just very circumspect in coming forward and pushing that ball out to the offside. 121 for none. And Rohit Sharma on 63. He's obviously eyeing another big one, Sunil.
Rohit Sharma and Jaiswal as well, as you said. And really, India must be very, very happy. They seem to be producing really quality players. This engine that they have in India.
Well, here is Gabriel running away from us to bowl to the right-hander. So outside the line of the off-stump. Too far outside the line for Rohit to be worried. And he allows it to go through to be taken by the keeper. No run. Score remains on 121 for none. It reminds me of years gone by. And, you hate to backtrack. But when West Indies were just producing fast bowler after fast bowler, when you think about it, people like Sylvester Clarke, Wayne Daniel, Franklin Stevenson, Ezra Mosey couldn't get a look in to the West Indies side. Now, you would think if they're wrong, they would walk into a West Indies team. And you couldn't understand where all these fast bowlers were coming from. It was like a factory. Here is Gabriel talking about fast bowlers into Sharma, and he's in on defense, coming right forward. And again, getting bat onto ball, the middle of the bat. No real aggression showed at this point in time from Sharma, and he's pushing it out on the offside. Yeah, and it was amazing. I remember when we were playing youth cricket at time against Jamaica, and Michael Holding was opening the bowling, and the Jamaican youngsters, well, of course, we were all in awe of Michael Holding as a youngster. We couldn't believe a young guy, 18 years old, was bowling that fast. And they said they have another guy called Matthews. I think it was Sidney Matthews. I'm not sure the first name. And they said he's quicker than Holding, but he opted to go on an athletics scholarship rather than play cricket. Here's Gabriel outside the line of the off stump. and he allows it to go through to be taken by De Silva. Yeah, he opted to not play cricket, but they said to me as a youngster, he was faster than Holding. Now Holding also in those days was I think he was a 400-meter runner. He was an athlete as well, and the two of them were more or less competing with each other in athletics. But I suppose they also played cricket. And while Holding decided to go into cricket, Matthews decided to go into athletics. But could you imagine, had he stayed around, what a good fast bowler he would have been.
Well, I could imagine.
Yeah.
Considering Michael's run-up, which was very close to the boundary, I now understand the 400-meter, that he was a 400-meter runner.
And here is Gabriel at the top of his mark. Starts his run-in, just a slip on a gully, and everybody else in run-saving positions as Sharma opens the face. That's going to run away to the third-man boundary. There's no one down there, and it hits the boundary board just about now. Opening the face of the bat. There is a man at point, and then there's the gully. The ball bisected both of them, and it had enough pace on, of course, Sharma just generating the pace of Gabriel as that ball came onto the bat, opened the face of the bat nicely, and guided it down to that third-man region for 4 runs. So he's off the mark after the luncheon interval, and he quickly moves up to what? He's on to 67 now, and it's 125 years on to 67, 125 for none.
Yeah, it's business as usual. I mean, after the break for lunch, and very much a tale of two teams out there at the moment, Colin. Teams in transition. India is a team in transition, but they're putting the right things in place.
Here is Gabriel. The delivery more lined on the leg stump, and he's trying to work it backward of square. May have come off the top of the pad and just goes out on the onside towards a square leg, and there is no run. So the end of the first over after lunch, just 4 runs coming from it. As Gabriel, he's now bowled 5 overs, none for 23. And Rohit goes to 67. Jaiswal is on 52, and he'll be taking strike, I expect, from Jason Holder, who I thought, and I was making a point to Ruskin Mark, I couldn't understand the thinking. You win the toss, you're bowling on the first day of a pitch that may have a little bit of bounce, may have some moisture in it, and after 9 overs, instead of giving the ball to Holder, you give it to Warrican.
Yeah, it's a worrying sign because it makes you wonder, the Windies skipper trying to figure out exactly what's happening, because as you said, Colin, you win the toss, put the team into bat, and by bringing on a spinner, we were very confused. I was on air with Vinod when that took place, and Vinod actually thought Warrican was facilitating a switchover.
Yeah, could have been just a change of ends. Here is Holder, however, after the lunch. I think Holder's bowled pretty well, especially to the left-hander. He's kept that ball, which is excellent, just on or around the off stump. That one, Jaiswal allowed it to go through to De Silva. But other than that, I thought his line has been good. He's been getting that little bit of away movement, and he's making Jaiswal play at it. And that's why he got the edge. Yes, it was low down to Athanaze, and maybe he needs to take a step up. But I think Holder he's bowled well since he's come into the attack. Here is Holder from that Brown Lara pavilion end is in, and this is again outside the line of the off stump, a little bit too wide, so Jaiswal is allowing it to go through.
Yeah, Holder been very consistent. He would have picked up Jaiswal in a similar fashion in the first test match and almost got him again, as you said. Anthony is putting down that chance, but there's a big gap between first slip and what would probably be considered a fourth slip position, not quite gully. So I don't know if it's they would consider filling that gap, Colin.
I see you got a cup of coffee made by Vinod Mamchan. You're a very privileged man. Here is a delivery that pitched up to him, and he's pushing it out to mid-off. And there's no run.
Vinod Starbuck Mamchan.
Starbuck, he's a Starbucks man? I didn't realize he's a Starbucks man. He gives me that impression, but he gives me the impression when he gets to Starbucks, he's more concerned with what is on the menu rather than coffee. But I could be wrong, Sunil. He's never invited me to Starbucks, so I wouldn't know. You know. But here's Holder, who is trying to be a star himself by getting at least a wicket for the West Indies. It's into the left-hander, outside the line. He's got to get a little closer because he's pitching that ball outside the line of the off-stump. And Jaiswal, he's lining it up nicely, and that's the beauty of a good opener. He knows where his off-stump is, and he's allowing it to go through.
Yeah, and what I think is really important as well, Rohit has played his part with this young fella also, because he's been talking him through, and he's constantly communicating with him.
Yes, he is. And of course, you couldn't want a better mentor than that. He's such an experienced campaigner. But here's Holder. This is outside the off stump. He played at that. There's no doubt. He didn't withdraw the bat. So Holder, you've got to get a little tick there. This has been a good line, good length from Holder. He probably just needs to get a little closer to that off stump. But this one, Jaiswal actually played at it.
Yeah, mental victory for Jason Holder. And he has been very, very consistent. All credit to him. Sometimes a bowler can lose their line, but he really has given Jaiswal a lot to think about.
He's in his 6th over, none for 12 so far, and his final delivery of his first over after lunch, again outside the off stump, and Jaiswal is allowing it to go through. And that's really an end of a good maiden over from Holder. If you have to fault him, maybe he bowled a couple balls just wide of the off stump. But you know, it's a clear picture of what he is doing. He is going to go on that off stump, just outside the off stump, and try and get Jaiswal to play at it.
Which he did, and it's a good little battle, which is
Test cricket,
developing.
Sunil. Good test cricket, isn't it?
Absolutely, and that last delivery, as you pointed out earlier, Colin, Jaiswal this time showing some patience, showing some maturity, knowing where his off stump was, leaving that one, but having been beaten the ball before.
You see, my thing is, when you're playing at this level, and batting becomes easy, you've got to dry up the runs a little bit. You've got to get the batsman now saying, well, look, where's my next run going to come from? And all credit to Holder at the moment. He's doing that. And this is a young man. We have to remember he's in his 2nd test. How long is he going to leave alone and that kind of thing? But we're looking at Shannon Gabriel as the sun is back out here at the Queen's Park Oval. We've got a glorious day so far. And this one, Sharma is driving square. He stood up to it and just drove it square of the wicket on the offside, but straight to Chandapal, who is at point, and there is no run. Yeah, it's that's the thing. When you can dry up the runs of a youngster, and I don't care how good he is and how many centuries he's made, he starts to now worry a little bit about where his next run is going to come from.
Absolutely, and Jaiswal inclined to be a bit aggressive, and you know that if he isn't scoring, we would have seen him in IPL.
Yeah, that's right.
So you know if he isn't scoring, it will play on his mind a bit.
Beautiful day here so far. And we've had some rough days in the last couple of days, Sunil, with a lot of rain about. And here is Gabriel. And Sharma is on the front foot, just waiting for that ball to come onto the bat and then open the face, but hits it straight to point again. You know, they always the saying, when you have cricket, rain comes. But here, today, for the first day, we have a brilliant sunny condition. And let's hope, I listened to the weatherman, and people say, you really did that? And he did say that, he would, that we would get some nice hot sunny days coming up.
Well, let's hope.
Let's hope for once he's right.
Curse, right, Colin? I know what Vinod Mamchan would be thinking.
Oh, yes.
But it is a beautiful day.
It is. It's as they say. And we have Sunil Gavaskar here, so all we need is Relator. It's a lovely day for cricket. And don't worry, I'm not going to sing. Don't worry. Here is Gabriel. And that's runs again. This is going to run away for 4. He's perfected this shot, Rohit Sharma, because it's the second time we're seeing this. He's just opening the face of the bat, using the pace of Gabriel and getting it to the right, or to the right of Gully. Now Chandapal is at a point position. He can't get around to his left, and it goes down to the boundary for 4 runs. So Rohit Sharma continues to bat well here. He's into the 70s now. He is on to 71. And the total goes on to 129 for none.
Yeah, too easy, Colin. And Sharma showing his innovation, showing his skill, and knowing it was very comfortable. And it was an intentional shot, just to work it into that area and an easy boundary.
Now, there's a change in the field, and I'm not too convinced about this for Shannon Gabriel, and I'll tell you my opinion in a minute, Sunil. He's taken the man out at mid-wicket, and he's put him at a gully position. So there's almost like a Holder is like a second slip, there's a 4th slip, and then there's a squarish gully. So they've taken that man out from mid-wicket. Now, for a bowler of the pace of Gabriel, as we look at Gabriel in and outside the line, his control is good because it's outside the line of the off stump. My concern with a bowler of the pace of Gabriel, you want him to bowl fast. whereas Holder is more line length, a little bit of movement, and Holder can control bowling that ball outside the line of the off stump. I'm not too sure Shannon Gabriel has that kind of control to bowl to a 7-2 field.
And of course, what it does as well is and Rohit is a wily player. It opens up the
onside,
to Rohit to pick up some easy runs.
You're so very right. Well, we'll have to see just how much Gabriel can control these deliveries and get it outside the line of that off stump. Here is Gabriel, and yes, no, he does have actually, and my apologies, it's not a 7-2 field, a 6-3, but I forgot the guy down at that deep backward square leg position, and obviously that is for the short ball. But I've not seen, I don't know, Sunil, if you can tell me how many bounces you've counted today at the Indian batsman.
One,
yeah.
Alzari Joseph.
Yeah,
against Jaiswal.
Yeah, I thought so myself, but I said, well, I did go to school and I went to Fatima, proud of that, but I could only count one bounce that I've seen for the morning, and it's amazing. It is so amazing.
Well, I mean, you didn't go to presentation classes. I did in San Fernando, but Colin, you got it right.
Here's Gabriel on his way to bowl to the right-handed Sharma, and lined on the leg stump, and he just turns it down to the deep backward square leg position, and they're going to go through for a comfortable single. I think that is the end. Oh, it's a no ball. So I was about to say it's the end of the over, but now signaled a no ball. So the total goes up by 1 to 130 for none. So Gabriel just overstepping, maybe trying to get a little bit more pace. And so it brings the pretty big no ball as he goes well over the popping crease.
The West Indies need to come up with some ideas, Colin. I'd like to see them thinking outside the box a little bit, being a little bit creative. I really would actually like to see someone short on the leg side. I think giving the batsman something else to think about. You just have to be creative in such situations. You can't allow the game to just go on and maybe get away from you.
Well, it's almost as if the game is just like Old Man River, isn't it?
Yes.
Just rolling along.
Correct.
Yeah, it's and they're not trying to make something happen. Well, it's the left-hander has come into face now because the batsman has crossed for that single. So here's Gabriel, and Joshua is just playing this one, looking very comfortable, and goes out to mid-on. It's the end of the over, 131 for none. What's your thoughts on the pitch, Sunil?
It's a good pitch for batting. I really do think it's a good pitch for batting. I was a little bit surprised that the West Indies opted to send India in, but I guess after the experience of the first test in Dominica, they maybe just weren't too confident. I don't think the West Indies have used the pitch sufficiently. As you said, I mean, there's not been sufficient short bowling, I think. I think there's the option there to put in a few more bounces, certainly. We've seen in the Ashes series, we've seen both teams reverting to the bounce, and we've seen that it can, in fact, pick up wickets. It can help dry up the run rate, as you pointed out, Colin. I just don't think they've used the pitch sufficiently. They have 3 seamers in. Warwick Khan is a pretty straightforward spinner. You're not going to get anything too incredible or special from Warwick Khan.
Yeah, I couldn't agree with you more. I just think, I agreed with the decision to send them in. Let me say that. And I'm not going to backtrack on that now because the score is 131 for none. But here's Holder, however, starting a new over to this time bowling to Rohit Sharma, and he doesn't get the line right to Sharma. He bowls as if he was bowling to the left-hander because this is pitched outside the line of the leg stump, and he just turns it down to deep backward square and they go through for a single. Sharma on to 73, 132 for none, brings the left-hander back into strike. Well, the doc is offering dessert, Sunil. Isn't that kind of him? I mean, I'm so proud of him. I mean,
you guys had lunch together?
Well, no, he didn't have lunch with me. I'm just Colin Murray. He had lunch with Sunil Gavaskar. That's a huge difference, Sunil. Let's face facts.
Colin.
Let's face facts. Will you have lunch with Colin Murray or Sunil Gavaskar? Come on. Here's Holder into Jaiswal, and he's pushing it down towards mid-off, and there is no run. But he's kind enough to bring a little dessert for us, and I do thank him for that.
That cheesecake looked good, Colin.
Yeah, it did look really good. Actually, the lunch, I went over there and I had lunch. I happened to be in the same room with him, not at the same table, because, you have to be at a certain ilk to be at that table. and the food was very nice. The food was excellent. So I'm not surprised. And I left before the dessert. I'm not really a dessert man, actually, coming to think about it. I don't mind a starter and a main course. Here's a delivery, and that's just for Vinod Mamchan in case he wants to buy me lunch or dinner. I'm not so much into dessert, but give me the starter, give me a main course, and I'm happy with that. I'm not a big dessert freak, but the dessert does look good.
Vinod did hear you. I think he just dialed 1-800-doubles.
Yeah, that's what he offers. He offers when I get to South, when I'm, he knows I don't know the directions. Once I get past the lighthouse, it's difficult for me to find the thing, and he does offer me doubles when I get to South. But it's oh my word. Here's Holder, however, trying to get a wicket at least, for far less a double. This one, Jaiswal is on the front foot, pushing it out on the offside. There is no run. Score remains on 132 without loss. Yeah, and I was making the point that having won the toss, to me, the session before lunch, particularly before lunch, was the best time for the bowlers to utilize the conditions. And if they could have picked up 3 or 4, who knows what would have happened.
Yeah, so lots of questions about some of the decisions.
Yeah, here's Holder into the left-hander, and this is outside the line of the off-stump, and Jaiswal showing the patience and allowing it to go through to the silver.
Yeah, as you said, a fresh Shannon Gabriel, 10 overs of pure pace, really using the wickets, some short pitch deliveries. You don't know what could have happened.
Try something different, Sunil. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, India got off the hook a little bit.
Yeah.
And now they're looking really comfortable.
And I tell you, this pitch is going to get better. It's going to get a little slower as it goes along, and it's going to get better for batting.
The run rate is 4.42 already.
Yeah, that's right. Here is Holder into Jaiswal outside the line of the off-stump, going further away from him, and he's allowing it to go through to the wicket keeper. At the end of the over from Holder, he's completed 7 overs now, none for 13. So that's good. Good economical bowling by him. And you could see a plan with Jason Holder, especially to the left-hander. And it's 132 for none. Just 30 overs have been bowled for the day so far. Rohit Sharma is on 73 and Jaiswal is on 52. He actually hasn't scored since lunch.
Yeah, and Shannon Gabriel is back. He's bowling to Rohit Sharma. I have to admit, I'm impressed with Shannon's consistency in the last 2 or 3 years. He's really worked hard on trying to keep a much more accurate line. Bad news is Sharma looks very comfortable against Gabriel. So I think anything that strays is probably going to be put away.
Here is Gabriel starting a new over, and this one outside the off-stump, and Sharma is on the front foot. They look so comfortable, don't they? They look so much at ease. It's almost like to be honest, it looks like a practice session, and just trying to get the things right. Sharma, and it's really I just like to see a variety. I like to see different things. Just don't run up and bowl. Yes, Holder is doing that, and that's a plan, and I have no problem with that. But, Shannon Gabriel is not a Jason Holder. What he depends on is raw pace, short deliveries. You got the protection of the man at deep backward square. Bowl it short to Sharma. Let him go for the hook. You know what? He might hit you for 6. He might hit you for another 6. But he may eventually top edge 1. Who knows? But just going up, running up, bowling outside the line of the off stump to Sharma, I mean, it's just a matter of him, how much he really wants to score. That's a little bit better. Came back at Sharma, and this was not outside the line of the off stump. This was more lined on the off stump, and he had to be defensive, playing it out on the offside. There's no run.
Yeah, Gabriel getting some movement inward. There's some clouds moving overhead. It's no risk of rain, however. It's those nice, kind, puffy clouds which the wind is taking across the ground. And Rohit Sharma certainly seems to be very, very well set. He more or less seems to be in a position to predict what's coming next.
Well, here is Gabriel. Nice, cool. The sun has left us, but still a really nice day here. As Sharma stands up to delivery, and this time it peels off a thick outside edge. Now, he was pushing this ball exactly where the man has been positioned there, at a very squarish gully, and he was diving to his left to stop it. But you could see Sharma just opening the face of the bat again. But this one, I thought it peeled off more thick outside edge than anything else.
Yeah, just a hint of a chance there. I think it was Mackenzie would have picked
Yeah.
it up. Good stop. It dropped well in front of him actually, but good stop. If it had gone past him, that one would have raced away to the boundary again.
For sure. Well, he is on 73, Rohit Sharma, the Indian skipper. It's 132 for none as Gabriel, at the top of his mark, starts to run into bowl to the Indian skipper. He is with him now, and this one lined on the pads, and he flicks it through the onside towards that deep backward square position. It went towards mid-wicket, and Athanaze, who is out at that deep backward square position, had to run in towards the mid-wicket and limits his scoring just to a single. Sharma on to 74, the total on to 133 for none, brings Jaiswal back into strike. He's on 52 as the field changes over for the left hand. A very similar type field. There's a lone slip in holder, and there's a very straight gully, and then you got that squarish gully, maybe a couple feet behind the straightish gully, and there's a point cover mid-off. Then on the onside, a mid-on, a deep square leg, and a man at fine leg. So a 6-3 field for Shannon Gabriel as he runs away from us here to bowl to the left-handed Indian opener. He's with him now. This one short and not really lifting, but he got just on the back foot and then just steered it out towards point, getting right on top of the delivery, and there's no run. Score remains 133 for none. Actually a no ball signal now by the umpire, so the total goes up now to 134 for none.
And you know when Gabriel's getting a bit winded, those no balls start to pop up. He has the opportunity to bowl to Jaiswal. I don't know if Jaiswal had faced him before since we came out for lunch. Holder's done a good job keeping him on the media center end. But Gabriel has an opportunity now. Maybe if he can strike the same line with that extra bit of pace, Colin.
Yeah. Well, here is Gabriel just at the top of his mark. So sprinkling of spectators inside, which is so disappointing to see. We must have maybe 200 people here. Some of the corporate boxes are open. The Carib stand is probably the stand that with the most amount of people, as we see Jaiswal gets a single as he's turning this delivery out on the onside, and they pick up a single. So one more to the total, 135 for none. And
I was talking earlier, Colin, about transition, and West Indies have seemed to be in transition for such a long time. India, you know, I heard Rahul Dravid speaking recently. He was talking about the domestic system and how it has really allowed them to develop young players, Jaiswal, Gill, really good quality players coming through.
yes, and just wondering what the West Indies are doing to develop our young cricketers. Here is Gabriel into Sharma, and he's on the front foot, pushing it back up along the track, and there is no run. It's the end of the over, and at the end of it, it's what, 135 for none. Sharma is on 74. Jaiswal is on 53. After some more words from you, Sunil, it will be that gentleman. They say he's the Rohit Sharma look-alike, Vinod Mamchan.
Well, Rohit Sharma and Vinod Mamchan, what a combination. I think Vinod Mamchan and maybe Dr. Nilesh Mehta. Will that be a wicket-taking combination? We'll see. They've taken some wickets in the past. Hello, Vinod.
Yeah, thanks a lot, Sunil. Well, you know, I was expecting better from Sunil Ramdeen in terms of getting a wicket for the West Indies. I know Colin Murray and taking wickets, no, that's a no-no. He will give you his wicket. So let me say a very good afternoon to Dr. Mehta, who's putting on the stethoscope in the wrong ear. So at the moment, 135 without loss. Nothing really happening for the West Indies here at the moment. Holder is going to continue. Remember, just before lunch, as I say, a very good afternoon to Dr. Mehta. Good afternoon, sir. How are you?
Good afternoon, Vinod. Good afternoon to all the listeners, wherever you are getting our broadcast from.
Yes,
coming to
Holder.
you.
Edged down to third man for 4. Into the gap. I say the luck has been with the Indians as well, and Jaiswal in particular.
Yeah, Vinod, the Indian batsmen are just continuing what they did before lunch. Perhaps those extra calories that they consume during lunch are not going to waste at the moment.
So at the moment, Holder still trying his heart out. Look at Holder walk back to his mark, and he is really, really looking dejected. The big man just needs to chin up here now and continue to fight for the West Indies. He's been a really, really good servant of West Indies cricket over the years, Jason Holder, but he needs to stand up here, stand up and be counted. He's the most experienced of all out there. Yeah, he is. Round the wicket into Jaiswal. He's driving up to mid-off. Roach is there, and there is no run. The score remains 139 without loss. A little birdie told me that you were having a sumptuous lunch with one SM Gavaskar.
Yes, I was. I walked across in this heat to the president's box and met Mr. Sunil Gavaskar and caught up with him and had some lovely words with him. And of course, the Prince of Trinidad was there as well, Brian Lara.
Yeah, is up to the wicket now, bowls outside the off stump, and that's left alone by Jaiswal. And I think if Holder maintains this sort of attack, this sort of line, Jaiswal, sooner or later will go after him, and it could prevent an opportunity for the West Indies.
You know, one of the things that kind of confuses me a bit is that there was no bouncer bowl until the 10th over. And even after that, I have not seen many bouncers bowl. Why not try something a little bit different? Bounce them, put a man at deep mid-wicket, deep square leg, and give it a shot.
Yeah, so up to the wicket now again. Bowles driving. Obviously, he's gone! I said before, once Holder kept that line, he would have played at it. He drove up his lead. Jaiswal has not been getting forward. He went half forward, flayed the bat at it, and that's the end of Jaiswal.
Yeah, if you look at that shot, he gave it all, but the ball was airbound. It was a great catch taken at the end. He slashed at that one outside the off stump and was caught at knee level. And the first blood drawn by the West Indies as Jason Holder remained persistent with that line outside the off stump to Jaiswal, and eventually Jaiswal is caught by Mackenzie off the bowling of Jason Holder for 57, 9 fours and 1 6, a performance that he should not be ashamed of at all after that brilliant century on debut in the first test match in Dominica, Vinod.
Yeah, good player, Jaiswal, but you always think that once you keep on attacking him outside that off stump, he's going to play loosely, and that is exactly what he did. He's gone for 64. It's 139 for 1. Holder has looked the most threatening of the West Indian bowlers today, and of course he should have gotten him before lunch. It did not cost the West Indies too much, and he has been able to remove him. So it's going to be the elegant Shubman Gill who comes in now, and Sharma is just giving him some information about the pitch. And did you hear that roar when Jason Holder got that wicket? The fans here, they're just waiting for something to happen to support the West Indies.
Yep, West Indies fans need some action. That was the action that Jason Holder provided to them with that brilliant catch taken by Mackenzie in the gully area of that slashing off drive that Jaiswal attempted.
When you look at crowds that have been attending to test matches these days in Trinidad, this is not a bad crowd. Every stand has a few. Even to the right of us on that very popular, what used to be the concrete stand, it's the Constantine stand now. So every stand there are patrons. And if the West Indies can probably need to fight back, make a fight back, people are going to leave their offices, which is in Port of Spain right here, and come down to the Oval.
I was hoping to see some noise coming from the Trini Passy stand. That's the stand that is lively, that is the party of the Queen's Park Oval.
Yeah, that stand mostly comes alive now for white ball cricket. Of course, there will be an opportunity, but this time it's not the Trini Passy, it's Tribe. They have taken charge of the party stand at the Brana Cricket Academy, which where the one-day series will be played. First delivery pushed away on the offside there from Gill, and the score remains 139 for 1. How good is Gill?
Gill is an awesome player. I mean, you've seen the way he batted for in the shortest format for the Gujarat Titans, and he has that elegance about him, a lazy elegance about him, that when you see him bat, he just seems to have that extra time when you see him bat.
Yeah, I like that. Lazy elegance. Holds into him and he's forward nicely. Pushes it away to cover. There is no run. Yes, reminds me a bit of VVS Latchman. It's the end of the over. At the end of it, the latest score of Queen's Park Oval. India sent into bat by the West Indies. They're 139 for the loss of 1.
Yeah, you were asking me about Gill. He's a 24-year-old guy, originally from Fazilka, Punjab area, which is the northern part of India. Shubman, the word Shubman means auspicious mind, or it means lucky. So how lucky is Shubman going to be in this test match here at the Queen's Park Oval?
Well,
we will see.
It's going to be Shannon Gabriel, and he's going to continue from the northern end. A big man, Shannon Gabriel. Shubman Gill is at a non-striker's end, and Rohit Sharma is on 74. Here is Gabriel running away from us now. Up to the wicket, bowls outside the off stump, allowed to go by. So I think what the West Indies will be asking for here, Nilesh, is a big effort from Gabriel. They're probably looking to give him a short burst and let him let loose. So it's very quiet at the Queen's Park Oval. That wicket would have brought some cheer.
Shannon Gabriel, who of course you would know, who's played many tournament in the US, in Florida.
He did play for the winning team at the US Open last year. That was the Houston team. This time it's pitched up. And Sharma not looking to extend the levers, just coming forward and playing it right down along the track, and there is no run. It remains 139 for 1. Gill yet to get off the mark. Sharma is on 74.
When you watch Shubman, you watch his bat swing and the timing this guy has. Gill's coach was his father, Lakhwinder Gill, who taught him the basics of cricket. Lakhwinder Gill.
I'm almost afraid to ask, what does that mean? Here is Gabriel again. Strong man, upright approach. Here he is. Goes past the umpire now. Bowls and well pitched up. Looking to induce that try from Sharma. Sharma would not be beaten into that. It's into the gloves of De Silva. You can hear a thud into the gloves of De Silva. So he's looking to work up some pace here now, Gabriel.
You can see Shannon Gabriel's shirt absolutely soaked in sweat. You can imagine the amount of what we call in the medical world as insensible water loss, because you cannot really measure how much of perspiration and water loss you've had, hence insensible water loss. And you can see he's completely drenched as he comes in from the commentator's end, right arm over the wicket.
Here he is now, goes past the umpire poles, and that's a good delivery on and about the off stump. A watchful Sharma plays it back along the track. Good test batting here from Sharma. The West Indies looking for that follow-up breakthrough. Bowler striking in the last over. All of a sudden, you can hear through our stump mic where the players are a lot more vocal out there.
There is some life back into them after that Jason Holder celebration, and you could see how animated Jason really was. We have another Jason in the back who is not so animated, Vinod.
He's definitely he's a quiet guy, our producer Jason. He's not animated at all. And he hardly walks. He sits there and ensures everything is okay. Gabriel, whoa, that's a beautiful on drive. And that'll go into the boundary about now for 4. Overpitched on leg, and all he did was to lean forward and caressed it into the boundary for 4.
The classic elegance of Indian skipper Rohit Sharma, as he's probably eyeing another century, I would think. That was a beautiful on drive all along the ground. classic on drive that fetched him 4 runs. Perfect balance also, as we see on the television replay here.
What a class act he is. 3 double centuries in ODI cricket. But he's really batted well here today. 78. Gabriel to continue from the media center. It's the northern end here at the Queen's Park Oval. A little stutter as he starts, and he's into his work now. Goes in, passes the umpire, bowls, and that's a good delivery. Loud appeal for leg before. Not out, says the umpire. And the Silva is saying if there's no bat, that is out. You can hear through the stump mic. Will they review? Yes, they're going to go upstairs. So this is going to be interesting now. De Silva is saying if there's no bat, he's out.
Yeah, De Silva was quite persistent with the skipper Brathwaite that skip. Let's take a look at it, because I think that, as you said, Vinod, if there is no bat, it's a close call, or perhaps missing the off stump, Vinod.
Let's have a look. I think there is a doorknob. Dr. Mehta is hoping that the wind would have pushed it away past leg. I think I want to go with De Silva. If there is no bat, Doc, seems to have been bat.
There's a bat there.
There is bat. So I think that is what would have saved him.
The ultra edge does show that there is a faint nick on the bat on the inside edge, and he is not out. So Rohit Sharma continues to bat on 78. Shubman Gill yet to open his account. India 143 for 1.
To be fair to De Silva, although he was persistent, he did ask the question. If there is no bat, he's out. I tell you something, the way that looked, definitely if there was no bat, I think he would have been out.
His assessment was absolutely bang on. He was absolutely right, because if there was a bat, then obviously it went in the favor of Rohit Sharma. But it was a good delivery by Shannon Gabriel, nevertheless.
Yeah, Gabriel has looked different.
Yeah, he's after Jason Holder getting the wicket, I think Gabriel is fired up as well.
Yeah, Gabriel. That looked good. Had it not been an edge, I think he would have been gone. Here is Holder from the far end. His tail is up as well. Passes the umpire or bowls, and this time he's cutting it in between second slip and gully for 4. The pace of Holder allowed him to play that shot. He just got back and was able to cut it into the gap. Gill is off and running.
This is what I was talking about. See how he just waited for the last moment and used his wrists to just guide the ball.
Yeah, he played that actually he was playing that after it passed him. He played that so late. Yeah. Had he played it later, he wouldn't have played it at all. The score is 147 for 1. He's on 4. Sharma is on 78. He looks on from the non-strikers end. Here's Ola up to the wicket now, bowls him. That's much better. Coming back into him with the angle. Plays it away down to mid-on, and there is no run. Just to remind you, this is a Cricket 360 production.
Yeah, if you look at Shubman Gill's initial movement, he comes into towards the stumps. He stands a bit outside with a slightly open stance, but as the bowler continues his run up, his initial movement is inward. Obviously, most batsmen, most batters in the world now do not ground the bat completely. They hold it up in the air, and that is what Shubman does.
This time he's forward, nice and short. Pushes it away to cover. There is no run. Score remains 147 for 1. You can see Holder looking to pitch it up to him, looking to bring those two slip fielders and gully into play. It's bowled well here, Jason Holder.
And we know now I see a more conventional second slip. Previously in the morning, the session before lunch, it used to be a slip and then a gully and then another wider gully and then a deep point. As Jason Holder comes in to the far end.
Yep, and this time coming in with the angle again, bat on Holder, initially going up and then pulling out of the appeal. Just to give you an update with the regional game that's happening, the regional under 19 series in St. Vincent, Trinidad and Tobago. After winning their first game, they're coming up against Barbados in their second match of this tournament, this 3-day tournament, and after at one stage being 120 for 3, Trinidad and Tobago slipped to 138 for 5. Here is Holder, passes the umpire now, bowls, and again with the angle, just allowing that one to come on to him there, Gill, and he clips it away for 1. 148 now for 1.
Yeah, but if Shubman Gill gets going, he will be a treat to watch, Vinod. And with Rohit Sharma already well into his innings, batting on 78, with India 148 for 1, 33.5 overs have been bowled, and the only wicket taker is Jason Holder, who is warming up for the last delivery of his 9th over.
Yeah, he's bowled well. He has created chances. Here's Holder, working hard. Comes past the umpire now, bowls. This one was just back of a length. Sharma pushes it up on the offside, and there is no run. It's the end of the over. The latest score, the Queen's Park Oval. India sent into bat there 148 for 1. More thoughts of Dr. Nilesh Mehta.
Yeah, I was just wondering, hindsight is 2020, but the decision made by the West Indies captain Brathwaite in terms of putting India into bat, and now India 148 for 1, he might be wondering if that is the right decision, but once you made the decision, you obviously have to stick with it.
But then how do you explain this decision now? In comes Workan after an excellent over from Gabriel.
Yeah, I do not quite get it, unless there is some statistic that Shubman Gill is weak against a left-arm spinner. That might be the only thought here, but
I think they should have continued with Shannon Gabriel. I think he was in the midst of a good spell. And you're not only bowling to Shubman Gill, there's another guy at the other end you have to bowl to as well. So I can't understand this decision at all. 148 for the loss of 1. Here's Workan. Sammy's back, pushes it on the offside. Easy single. Again, Shubman Gill going deep into his crease, just to maneuver the angle there, and he got a single.
Warrican has an interesting action, he runs in straight, and the last step he kind of goes towards the wide of the crease, and his angle of the delivery comes from more wide of the crease rather than straight on. Unlike Ravindra Jadeja, who just comes in straight at you, Warrican comes in straight and then drifts away wide of the crease before he delivers his ball. India 149 for 1, Rohit Sharma 78, Shubman Gill 6. As Warrican continues.
Yes, Warrican in, and the forward is Sharma.
Keep going, Joey.
So that one pitch just on and about the off stump, not allowing it to spin away.
Go on, Joey. Come on, Joey.
Coming forward, smothering whatever spin there is there. So Jomel Andrel Warrican.
Oh, Joey, boy. Keep going, Joey. Working it, Joey.
Keeping
Come on,
it tight there.
Working, buddy.
He has 42 wickets at 36.90 in Test cricket. 14 matches. Best bowler 4 for 50.
Oh, Joey.
Hasn't taken a 5 for just yet, but he's working on that. Of course, there are a few others knocking on the door. Also, there's the veteran Versamy Pumol, who has taken over 500 first-class wickets for Ghana. This is pushed away on the offside. End of the over at the end of it. It's 149 for 1. Sharma is on 78 and Gill is on 6.
A little trivia about Rohit Sharma too. Rohit Sharma started off as an off-break bowler, and he used to bat at number 8 in Mumbai. And then his coach Dinesh Lad, who lives in Mumbai, saw that this young man can really bat. So, and then rest is history. Rohit Sharma, such a brilliant timer of the ball, and now batting on 78 of 132 balls. Shubman Gill batting on 6, and India 149 for 1. And this is the 100th Test match between India and the West Indies, and both the countries could not have picked a better venue at the Queen's Park Oval.
It's Roach from the fire. Comes in now, and this is pushed away on the offside. Gill looks so comfortable out there. It's as if, you know, he is lounging on one of the beautiful Caribbean beaches.
Kemar Roach has lost some pace, hasn't he?
I think that's deliberate. I think he more concentrates now on control. He is one of the fast bowlers in the Caribbean that swings the ball. I think that's deliberate. Yeah, he is now comes in and bowls. Gill is forward, pushing it away. And there is no run. It remains 149 for 1. And you could hear our house announcer, Gerard Basu, announcing Roach with such vigor. He seems to be bored and looking for something to do, the house announcer.
Well, the announcer doesn't have much to cheer about as far as the West Indies is concerned. And I see an old friend, Ronnie Bikram in the back here in the comm box. That infectious smile of his, Vinod.
Yes, Ronnie Bikram Das of 360 fame. Driving a bit uppishly, but into the gap. And that's 4. The man's name. Shubman means luck. And that was lucky. It goes into the boundary for 4. It brings up the 150. It's 151 for 3.
That's 150 for Team India.
Wow. Hey, listen to the house announcer. He's gotten excited again.
Yeah. Well, we heard him after a long time after the wicket fell. Until then, he was in hibernation.
Someone must have given him sugar.
Well, I brought you some cheesecake, which you very conveniently rejected.
I don't think you can pass it on to Bikram Das. Here is Roach up to the wicket now. He bowls and beaten the beauty. He's gone. Sharma has to go. Sorry, Gill. He edged. That swung late. Will they review? The captain is having a word with Gill. But I think the length of time they're taking, they're not going to review. Gill has walked off, and the West Indies, they have struck. You can hear the conch shell blowing in the background there, Nilesh.
Yeah, that delivery from Roach, he lunged forward outside the off stump, that corridor of uncertainty, and a faint edge of the outside of the bat from Shubman Gill as as Roach now grabs the first wicket for him in this innings. India 153 for 2. Shubman Gill got De Silva, the wicketkeeper, off the bowling of Roach.
153 for the loss of 2. Rohit is on the 78. He's looking at what's going on at the other end. And in comes Virat Kohli.
Incoming batter from India, number 18, Virat Kohli.
A loud cheer for King Kohli as he comes in to join his skipper. Virat Kohli, of course, an iconic player from Delhi.
Averages just a tad under 50 in Test cricket, 48.89 with 28 hundreds, 29 50s, and a best of 254 not out. He scored 8,555 runs, which is 8,555 more than you have scored, Doc. And he will be looking to add to that here today.
And this is Virat Kohli's 500th match. He has played 274 ODIs, 115 T20s, and 111th Test match. And Nelson for Virat Kohli.
Yeah, it's Roach up to the wicket now. Bowls to Kohli. First delivery outside the off stump. Best moving away slightly, a bit too wide, and allowed to go through to De Silva.
Can you imagine 500 international matches?
Yeah,
Combination of ODIs, T20s, and Test matches.
Wow, he seems to have a lot of time.
So Virat Kohli wanting to score runs in the first Test match that India played in Dominica. Virat Kohli scored 76, but if you remember, his first boundary came after 81 balls as he leaves one outside the off stump. Virat Kohli was very circumspect in the first Test match that he played. It was a very an innings that he took his time, and that is the end of a successful over from Kemar Roach as he gets rid of Shubman Gill, caught by the wicketkeeper De Silva for 10. So Gill failed to impress today here at the Queen's Park Oval. India 153 for 2 after 36 overs. There are 8 extras. Jaiswal caught Mackenzie bowled holder for 57. Shubman Gill caught De Silva, bowled Roach for 10. Rohit Sharma batting on 78 of 132 balls, and Virat Kohli yet to open the account. So two quick wickets, Vinod, and sometimes wickets fall in succession.
Yeah, so it's going to be Warkan to continue on for 13. Warkan, he's bowling to Sharma, who has been the Indian mainstay.
Oh, I worry, boy.
That's the arm ball, and just pushed away back along the track. No turn at all here on the offer for Warkan just yet.
Work, Joey.
There is Warkan, he goes wide off the crease. Pushed away back up on the offside. He feels to his own bowling. Crowd has picked up a bit in the afternoon. Nothing to really write home about, Nilesh, but they're coming in. If the West Indies can fight back here, you'll see a much better showing. Here it is. This time he pushes forward. And that one, they're coming in with the arm. Bit uppishly past the forward short leg. So not a bad delivery at all there.
It's a quite of a milestone for Virat Kohli. 100th Test match between the two countries, playing his 500th international match.
Come on, Jason, hold up.
And I see that the fielders and De Silva are more animated now after the fall of Gill's wicket, Vinod.
Yeah, that was a big scam for them. And you look at an Indian batting lineup and you get an instant headache looking at the talent and quality to come. All the West Indies need to do is to chip away, work with what is in front of you. Here's Warkan again. Sharma just punching it down at the ground. Gabriel is in attendance, and they take 154 now for 2. So it's safe to say that the first hour of the second session belongs to the West Indies.
I think that's a fair statement. The lunch, both the hours, the session in the first session belonged to India.
Oh, catch it, boy.
And Virat Kohli will be very careful in negotiating the first few minutes, taking his time to settle down as Rohit Sharma goes towards the drinks break, and we will be back.
Yep, we'll be back with a change in commentary. So at the moment, it's 154 for 2.
Welcome back to the Queen's Park Oval. Vinod Mamchan is taking a little break, and I'm joined by Sunil Ramdin, the local man with the local knowledge, not only local knowledge, international knowledge, but we may need to pick on his brain to find out what more can the West Indies do.
Well, Nilesh, they can just, as I said, keep chipping at it, keep working hard. They worked. I think they did well to get back in the game. And as I said, the combination of yourself and Vinod is a wicket-taking combination. It proved to be just that. You picked up 2 wickets. So I think the West Indies just have to be consistent. I think Rohit Sharma looks very settled. I'm still baffled as to why he hasn't been challenged more with some short deliveries. And I think they'll certainly have to go after Virat, who, as talented as he is new to the crease.
I was during the lunch break. I went to meet Sunil Bhai Gavaskar, and we were just talking about it. And he was absolutely shocked that how come the first bouncer came around the 10th over or so. How come the West Indies bowlers, who are so gifted in the fast bowling department, have not bowled and challenged? Because we know that both Rohit Sharma as well as Yashasvi Jaiswal love to hook and pull. They are very strong on-side players. Put somebody at deep mid-wicket and deep long on and challenge them. But there was not until the 10th over, Sunil.
Yeah, I think somebody hasn't been doing their homework properly, Nilesh, if that is in fact the case. But, you know, the question that always arises at moments like these, and of course everybody can be a commentator, but you sit out here and you see these little situations arise, these nuances in the field, and as you sit here and look at it and you hear everybody, including people who would have played the game much longer than you or I, or at a much higher level that we could ever dream of, talking about these same things, and you wonder why the folks who are involved in action on the field don't see it as well.
You are absolutely right, Sunil. As the drinks break continues, and they need to hydrate themselves as well as they can with some electrolytes, potassium, magnesium, because it is very hot. When I went from our commentary box all the way to the president's box where the VIPs are, it's a long walk, and the players are playing in this heat. And I was making some comments when some of the bowlers were bowling. Their shirts are absolutely drenched.
Yes. Yeah, Shannon Gabriel is, it seems like someone dunked Shannon into a tank of water. It has been extremely humid. There's actually been quite a lot of rainfall in Trinidad and Tobago over the past few weeks. Thankfully, the cricket gods, as they say, are really smiling down on this match, even though it's overcast a bit. There's no risk of rain, really. The humidity is extremely high, and to be a fast bowler, I wouldn't want to be a fast bowler out there right now, Nilesh.
I completely agree. My hats off to all the athletes who are playing in this heat. They are so well conditioned. They work out so well, keep their body in prime shape, so that they can manage the current situation as we get ready for the next over. Rohit Sharma is taking strike.
And it's Roach from the pavilion end. It's 154 for 2 India. 37 overs gone. Roach running in now over the wicket. It's a ball to Sharma. This one short coming back into him. Sharma behind it. Just comes off the outside edge of the bat. Finds its way down past the field at point, and they amble through for a single. It takes the score to 155 for 2. Brings Kohli on strike.
Yeah, I was saying earlier, Kohli is playing his 500th game for India, which includes test matches, one-day internationals, as well as T20 internationals. And of course, he's playing his 500th at the 100th test match between India and the West Indies at the Queen's Park Oval.
Very much an occasion for him, as Roach wants to spoil his party. That one pitched up. Kohli comfortably behind that delivery, pushes it out to mid-off, and there's no run.
Yeah, I mean, you can expect Virat Kohli to be very circumspect, very sedate in the beginning, because even in the Dominica test, it took him 81 balls before he hit his first boundary. So he's going to go easy and work his way through and build up an innings, because there has been some criticism about his test batting as well. So he's going to take his time.
Roach in once more to Kohli, and Kohli again watchfully behind that delivery. Plays it out to the fielder at that backward point position. There's no run, and he seems to be listening to you, Nilesh. Seems very watchful at the start of his innings.
I was watching him in the net practice in the morning, and one thing I noticed is, if you get a chance to notice, watch his left foot. He has like his initial movement has like a tap with the left foot, and then he plays the ball. So that's kind of his trigger movement. His left foot is to be watched.
Roach into Kohli. Kohli drives a bit uppishly, but It goes comfortably to Jason Holder in mid-off. There's no run. India remain on 155 for 2. Virat Kohli coming to the party. And yes, as you pointed out, Nilesh, just that sort of chipping movement with the left foot.
That's something that I think every player has their own technique, their own idiosyncrasies, if you will, and they get that own stance.
Roach with his 5th delivery of this over, and that one outside the off stump. Kohli forward watches it, and there's no run. The score remains on 155 for 2. But Nilesh, certainly, I think, as you said, maybe his way of trying to position himself, best position himself to face the whatever delivery comes his way.
And I think the left foot movement for a right-handed batsman is so important, because the movement of the left foot towards the pitch of the ball allows you to get that much closer to the ball, so you are in a better position to play that stroke, whether it be offensive or defensive.
Final ball, and he beats him outside the off stump. Kemar Rocha and shakes his head in frustration. I think you can genuinely say Kohli pushed at that delivery, beat the outside edge. Joshua De Silva collects. No run at the end of the 38th over. The West Indies 155 for 2. Rohit Sharma, he's undefeated on 80 off 138 balls. Virat Kohli yet to get off the mark.
The scoring rate has certainly dropped. Current scoring rate is just over 4. But after the departure of Yashasvi Jaiswal and the opening pair that played so well, Shubman Gill failed to bother the scorers too much, and now Virat Kohli still yet to open the account.
Yeah, it was close to 4.5 at one point, Nilesh, as you pointed out. Now 4.08. Colin Murray did say if you control the scoring rate, you have a better chance of getting a wicket. Jomel Warrican continues from the media centre end, but as he's been doing all along, Rohit once more comfortably behind this delivery, pushes it back down the field, back down the wicket, there's no run.
A slip and a forward short leg.
Warrican in once more. Rohit pushes at that delivery, doesn't get a run, it goes out to Jason Holder. So Rohit continuing to be watchful. There's a slip, there's a feeler short on the leg side as well for Rohit in this over, Nilesh. Warrican, and Rohit once more pushes that down the wicket, there's no run. India 155 for 2. Warrican, he's into his 8th over, none for 19. Warrican in once more, and again Rohit, that one just given a bit more flight. Rohit very watchful, had to reach for it, but comfortably behind it. And the West Indies a bit more animated, having picked up those 2 wickets. You can see that the body language has actually picked up a bit. You can hear them talking to each other, encouraging each other on the field.
They certainly are. I mean, there's no question that they're more animated now. And then
Warrican once more. He's bowled him! He's bowled him! That one beautiful delivery. Rohit Sharma pushing forward, and that one got some spin, and he's bowled him. Rohit Sharma, he's gone. He's bowled for 80 by Jomel Warrican. We didn't see that one come in, Nilesh, but the West Indies, they're on a roll here.
You were just talking about how animated the West Indies fielders were, and this particular ball from Warrican just straightened up and took the top of the off stump and dislodged the bails and the off stump, but completely beaten Rohit Sharma with a wonderful delivery that straightened up on him, and that is the 3rd wicket gone. India now 155 for 3. Rohit Sharma bowled Warrican for 80 with 9 fours and 2 sixes. Rohit Sharma is out, and now Virat Kohli had to open the account.
Would you say, Nilesh, Rohit played himself into a bit of rut, into a kind of a rut, because he wasn't trying to score. He was trying to play the same shot over and over, and finally Warrican did get one to bite, did get one to straighten, and he lost his wicket.
Partially true, Sunil, because his aggression certainly went down significantly, and he was getting a little bit more like, let me get the 1s and 2s, and the boundaries have dried up. We have not seen any pull shots or any cover drives that have run over to the fence, so clearly that must be playing on his mind, and perhaps led to Rohit Sharma's wicket because he went a more of a defensive posture.
So the West Indies on a good run here after lunch. They've picked up 3 wickets. 2 new batsmen at the wicket now. Ajinkya Rahane. Rahane is in. He's joining Virat Kohli. Virat also yet to get off the mark. So Jumel Warrican picking up his first wicket. Really good delivery as we watch the replay again. Dropped on just about middle stump. Rohit pushed forward and then it spun away from the edge of his bat and clipped that off stump. And it really good wicket. A good time to get that wicket. Rohit, of course, was outside of his crease, so there was also even the option of a stumping.
Go in, Joey.
So I'm joined by Anil Lakan. Anil, West Indies are on a real roll after lunch.
Yeah, getting into the thick of things here. Jomel Warrican, producing a very good delivery indeed.
So we see Rahane immediately off the mark. Warrican successful over the West Indies. They've managed to pick up another wicket. India now 156 for 3 at the end of the 39th over, and that's the situation at the Queen's Park Oval. You've watched some really interesting cricket after lunch, Anil.
Yeah, well, the West Indies think tank, they've really gone to work during the lunch and interval, and it seems definitely that they've come out with a plan. And the plan that they've started with Jason Holder just holding that fourth fifth stop line, really working on as well patience there, eventually falling at that backward point position, possibly just being a bit ultra aggressive, knowing exactly what the plan was. There was a umbrella field on the offside there at that backward point position, and exactly Jason Holder was looking to just get that ball to go across the left-hander, and he succeeded in getting that outside edge to a backward point.
It's now Roach to Rahane, and Rahane just pushing at that one, takes the outside edge of the bat, collected by Blackwood, I think that is Atenes actually, who's in that gully position. No run, so Rahane, he's just come in, seen the loss of his skipper, bowled by Jumel Warrican.
Yes, a wonderful delivery indeed. That ball was drifting into the pass, and at the last moment on pitching, it really just spun and bite and hit the top of off.
Roach once more into Rahane. Rahane comfortably behind that delivery, pushes it forward. There'll be no run. The score remains on 156 for 3.
And at this stage, so it's very important for both Roach, Kema Roach, and the left arm spinner in Warrican to bowl in tandem with each other. Try and create that pressure situation there. Basically, 2 new batters out in the middle there. And if the West Indies were able to, at this stage, pinch another wicket, possibly Kohli, then it will really open up the middle and lower order of this Indian batting team.
Roach once more into Rahane. Pitch up on the pads. Rahane works it out into the leg side, picks up an easy single, takes the score onto 157 for 3. Ajinkya Rahane, of course, a season campaign into his 85th test match. He has over 5,000 test runs and has an average of 38.69. So he joins another season campaigner in Virat Kohli. And this Indian batting order, of course, something that they can really be proud of. And any nation would be impressed with this batting order.
Well, this batting lineup does tell a story indeed, Sunil. Very powerful indeed.
Roach into 4, Kohli, and he beats him outside the off stump. Once more, Kohli pushing forward that delivery, holding its line, going through to keeper Joshua Da Silva. So some encouragement there for Kema Roach. Virat Kohli once more pushing tentatively at that delivery, Anil.
Yeah, Kema Roach just seems to be getting that ball to sheep away, just on about that off stump, that the corridor of uncertainty, Sunil, and really asking a lot of questions from Virat Kohli at this stage.
Where was this team in the first session, Anil? It seems like a completely new West Indies team. They clearly went into the dressing room and changed 11.
Well, I think it's just a case of, the bowlers now really coming to the party and executing consistently, and I think consistency is the name of the game, especially in the longer format. You want the skipper to be setting fields and bowling to a plan. But when the plan falls away, especially when there are situations where the bowlers are bowling on both sides of the wicket, it becomes very difficult indeed.
Yeah, all credit to the West Indies. India remain 157 for 3. Roach is about to come in with his last delivery. But Jason Holder started that, and I think Jason Holder was very smart in the way he bowled to Jaiswal. As we see Roach with the final ball of this over, this time Kohli watchfully behind it, pushes it out into the offside. There's no run. India remain on 157 for 3 at the end of the 4th hit over.
Well, I felt similar that skipper Brathwaite, he did miss the trick bringing on Jomel Warkan in the 9th over when it should have been Jason Holder, tall, lanky, fast bowler, really coming and trying to extract whatever swing or seam and offer at that stage. The Cherry 9 overs old. The pitch, having some preparation, moisture over, and this pitch has been covered for a couple of days because of the weather. So you would expect at least in the first session, there will be something on offer from the Queen's Park Oval pitch. But I must say that I'm a little bit disturbed by the fact that there isn't, any live grass on this pitch. Sunil.
Yeah.
It just seems to me like a 50 over deck at this stage.
Yeah, Colin Murray did say he had actually agreed with the decision to bowl first. Didn't think that they used the pitch effectively. It's interesting that after lunch we finally starting to see the West Indies get something out of this pitch as Warkan continues bowling to Rahane, who's just behind that delivery and pushes it forward once more.
Yeah, so it's important now from the West Indies perspective that Jomel Warkan does the rule not only of a holding rule indeed, but also giving the skipper Brathwaite that option of attack as well.
Yeah, Warkan left arm around the wicket. Once more, that one into the pads of Rahane. Again, watchfully behind it. No addition to the score, 157 for 3. Rahane is on 2. Kohli yet to get off the mark. You see a change to the field as Warkan now bringing Sinclair in off that long off boundary. Once more into Rahane, this one on the leg stump. Rahane pushes it into the onside, collected by Jason Holder, who's standing at that mid-wicket position, and again no run.
Yeah, so Jason Holder, a very imposing figure at that mid-wicket position there.
Warkan, 65 on his back, runs away from us, bowls faster delivery into Rahane, but he's well behind it. Tejan Chandapal doing the feeling at that silly mid-on position.
And it's great to see Warkan attacking the stumps here, Sunil. He's trying to get that arm ball to arc into the pads and bring that forward short leg in Chandapal into play.
Warkan now once more into Rahane. Giving this one a bit more air, good delivery. It gripped in a similar fashion to the one that got Rohit out, but he manages to work that past the fielder slip. They hustle through for a single. Rahane moves on to 3. The score moves on to 158 for 3.
With the ball just gripping a bit on the surface, Sunil, would you be tempted to get that gully into position?
Absolutely, Anil. Particularly with 2 new batsmen, and in fact they've opted for
a silly mid-off.
A silly mid-off at this point. Trying to see who that is who moved into silly mid-off. But good, I think a good attacking option as Warkan once more. This time into Kohli. Kohli behind that delivery, comfortably pushes it back down to the offside. There's no run, and the score remains on 158 for 3.
So an excellent over from Joel Warkan there, just asking all the questions there, attacking the stumps and also giving that ball, some flight as well in order to grip up the surface. In the 5th ball of that over, again we see him getting that extra bite and just taking the outside edge, and Craig Brathwaite responding to that immediately, trying to put Kohli under pressure by not just allowing him to come forward and just smother the spin. He's now employed a silly mid-off, and Kohli has something different to think about now.
Absolutely, and really, you must give credit to Warkan. He's really come back strongly after lunch. As we see Kemar Roach now running into Rahane from the pavilion end, and this one into the pads. Rahane comfortably works it behind square leg, and they pick up comfortable single. Rahane moves on 5, is it? Kohli yet to get off the mark.
And looking at the pitch map, so definitely there's been a lot more consistency in this second session. The bowlers just hovering around that 5-6 meter mark, which really tells that they've really, at this stage of the innings now, they're hitting their straps in terms of consistently asking the questions just outside the corridor of uncertainty.
Roach into Kohli once more. That one outside the off stump. Kohli leaves it, goes through to wicketkeeper Joshua De Silva. Score remains 159 for 3. Kohli 13 deliveries in, still not off the mark. The 2 slips a gully point mid-off. So he is clearly, Anil, trying to maintain that line just outside the off stump.
Yeah, so there's a clear plan with 2 slip and a gully in place. Sunil Kemar Roach continues to go wide of the crease, angle the ball into the right hand, and also looking to leave the right hand. That one just tailing back into the batter there, Virat Kohli, and going into the midst of wicketkeeper Joshua De Silva. So
good,
excellent passage of play here, Sunil.
Yeah, good consistent line by Roach, giving Kohli something to think about. And as we've seen, Anil, the West Indies now getting a little bit of movement off this pitch. We've seen the ball, a bit of movement through the air as well.
And it's possibly at this stage now, Sunil, where a reverse swing may just tend to be coming into play.
Roach into Kohli, who's yet to get off the mark, and Kohli pushes forward, but he can only find Jason Holder in that mid-off position. There's no addition to the score, 159 for 3.
So excellent flowing off drive from Virat Kohli. Finds mid-off, Jason Holder doing the fielding at mid-off. So the score remains on 159 for 3. And what the West Indies have done really well in this session as well, Sunil, by picking up 3 wickets, they've put a skid on the scoring as well.
So Kemar Roach, he's 1 for 41. He would have picked up the wicket of Shubman Gill early on. Into Kohli, and again maintaining that offside line. Good disciplined bowling from Kemar Roach. Kohli behind this one, pushing it out into the offside, but can't pick up a run, and he's still to get off the mark. 159 for 3. Credit to the West Indies.
Yeah, extreme credit to the West Indies. Kemar Roach doing the fundamentals consistently here. Not trying to be expressed by any stretch of the imagination, just getting that ball to move off the seam on both ways, and definitely at this stage, asking a lot of questions.
Roach once more into Kohli. Can expect him to outside that off stump once more. This one coming back in, Kohli behind it, but not troubling the score. 159 for 3. Jaiswal was the first to go. He was called Mackenzie bowl holder for 57. Shubman Gill, he didn't stick around for too long, just 10 runs before he was caught De Silva bowled Roach. And then that very important wicket of Rohit Sharma being bowled by Warkan for 80. And at that point, India, they were 155 for 3. The score is dragged on now to 159 for 3. And good tight cricket by the West Indies.
Excellent recovery in the second session of play here, Sunil. In the first session, they were basically, the batters were having their own way, scoring at approximately 5 runs and over. That has changed completely in the second session. Both Jonel Warkan and Kemar Roach, they've brought a fresh breath of air to this bowling attack.
So Warkan once more into Rahane. I think they should have kept the silly mid-off. Silly mid-off is out now. And again, it's allowing Rahane just to play that ball comfortably forward. I know that they would have put Kohli under some pressure, but I think maybe, Anil, I don't know what you think, they should have maintained that feel.
Well, I think they will possibly go back with that silly mid-off when Kohli goes back on strike.
Warkan pitches that up, worked into the onside. Jason Holder moves smartly across, stops that delivery before they can hustle through for any run, and the score remains on 159 for 3. West Indies continuing to control the scoring.
And I'm saying that on the premise that Ajinkya Rahane just seems to camp on the back foot more than Virat Kohli.
Well, this time he's on the front foot, but again looking very comfortable. This one a quicker one from Warkan, but Rahane just pushes it forward. Doesn't trouble the scorecard.
So Warkan continues to wheel away from the Jerry Gomez Media Center and here at the Queen's Park Oval.
And once more to Rahane. That one just flighted a bit more. Rahane very watchful, getting behind that delivery. Playing off the front foot. I know you said that he tends to go onto that back foot, and we've seen that, but trying to get forward to Warkan as he continues once more away to Rahane and back to that front foot once more, just pushing that ball out into the offside. No run again, and that's what I was saying, Anil. Maybe even though I know why they did it with Kohli, they should have probably maintained that silly mid-off with Rahane.
What has been very impressive from Jomel Warrican is the fact that he's changing his pace, he's changing his angle as well.
This time onto the front foot driving, but he can only pick up that fielder at cover. And there's no run once more. It's 159 for 3. The West Indies really back into this session after 43 overs. We probably are looking for at a change out there, but there'll certainly be a change inside here as we get set to welcome the likes of Sir Vinod Mamchan and Sir Ruskin Mark. Dr. Mehta will be joining us, but after a few more comments from Anil, we'll be joined by Vinod Mamchan.
So excellent second session here from the West Indies, really pulling back things here. The India team, they were scorching along at 5 runs per over in the first session, picking up 3 wickets early in the session, in the second session. They really made some timely breakthroughs, in this second session, Vinod Mamchan.
Yeah, well, Alzari Joseph is on now from the southern end, and let's see how he will go. So far, the second session belongs to the West Indies. Here's Joseph, he's in down the leg side. An appeal in optimism more than conviction from the West Indies, as that's taken by De Silva. 159 for 3. The West Indies, credit to them, they fought back, and they fought back well.
Well, it's been some tremendous bowling indeed. Jomel Warrican producing a magical delivery to get rid of the Indian skipper Rohit Sharma. That ball was drifting in the air and on pitching, spun away from the outside edge and knocked the off ball.
It's going to be Joseph again from the southern end. Here he is. Comes in, passes the umpire now, bowls, and coming forward, driving is Kohli. So you can see Kohli getting into his work. He's looking more and more comfortable. Roach had him at sea early on.
So just looking at that appeal that went before missing the bat on the way to wicketkeeper Joshua De Silva. So Kohli yet to get off the mark. 19 deliveries, scoreless.
Here is Joseph again, pushed away down to backward point, and there is no run, so he remains scoreless. But this is the mark of the man, and this is what experience does. He would not be perturbed about that. You will find younger, more anxious players looking to get off the mark, and they're looking to do something silly. Not with the likes of Kohli.
And he also knows as well, that as he continues to bat out into the middle, it's only going to get easier and easier as the day progresses.
Here's Joseph in now on balls, driving straight back, and this time Kohli's off and running. It's running away very close to the boundary. Can Roach pull it back? He does. Does some damage to the advertising hoarding, and they're able to come back for 3. So Kohli is finally off and running. It's now 162 for 3.
It's a pleasant straight drive there from Virat Kohli. Just leant on that delivery and caressed it past Kema Roach. And some wonderful feeling from Kema Roach on the boundary, saving his team a run in the process. Actually, they got 2. So saving his team 2 valuable runs. But Virat Kohli getting off there with a sumptuous straight drive.
2 slips and a goal. He's still waiting for that edge. Here is Joseph. He's up to the wicket now, bowls. So Kohli, that's a good delivery. On and about the off stump, Kohli just pushing forward. Gets it down to the gully fielder, and there is no run. So the score remains 163 for 3. 4 to Rahane, 4 to Kohli.
So that's Harry Joseph coming into the attack here. Kemar Roach bowling a really tremendous spell at the beginning of the second session here, and really putting the skids on the scoring, and more importantly getting the prize wicket as well of Shubman Gill, caught by wicketkeeper Joshua De Silva.
Yeah, back of a length, but there's no one just forward of the umpire. They take one, they want two. Hold quick runners in between the sticks. Chandapal comes in, but all they can get is 164 for 3. End of the over. And let me say thanks to Anil Lakan and welcome back to Dr. Nilesh Mehta, who was Dr. Mehta late for his stint. I don't want to call him the late Dr. Mehta. I've been in and wrong. I saw you were presenting your cheesecake to good old Ambi.
Well, I was with Sir Kirtley yesterday, and somehow the topic came up about his favorite food. And Sir Ambrose said that he loves cheesecake. When I was having lunch across the ground, and
You remembered?
they were serving cheesecake. So I went up to the young lady. I said, "Do you mind packing a few for the big man?" And she obliged. So
Well, I think he can afford that because there isn't an ounce of fat on Sir Kirtley.
Leave him up now. He ain't go over.
well, Virat Kohli and Ajinkya Rahane.
Here is
Oh yes.
working
worry.
again, pushing forward this time.
Yes, you
Kohli
know my mom told me this morning.
can't get a run.
She's coming to see Virat and not me. But literally that's what my mom said.
Deal how
Well, look at that banter. Kohli's batting and De Silva is saying that his mom told him this morning she's coming to see Kohli and not him.
Oh yes, worry boy. I could not believe it, Tish. I swear. My mom called me and told me she's coming to see Virat Kohli.
I don't think Virat Kohli is listening to him, is he?
He's right up there watching.
But that's the gentle banter going on at the moment.
That's the class of the man, De Silva. He's not going to curse you. Yeah, he's working again. Whipped away. Runs here for Kohli down behind square. They take one. Chandapal is giving chase. They come back for 2. And they're going to go back for 3. Ajinkya Rahane is very good between the sticks. And of course, Kohli is super fast. They take 3. It's 167 for 3.
Yeah, at that moment, Virat saw that the ball was drifting down the leg side, a little slower one, and he whipped it away towards backward of square, and they finished 3 runs. As Virat now moves on to 8, Rahane batting on 4, India 167 for 3 at the end of at 44.3 overs bowled so far. Warrican is the one who grabbed that all-important wicket when he bowled Rohit Sharma with that straighter delivery.
Well ball work, and boy.
This time this one comes in with the arm. Played away quietly to forward short leg. Rahane averaging just over 38. Kohli averaging just over 48. Rahane, very experienced campaigner. Driving into the covers here. No run.
Ball worry.
Score remains 167 for 3.
Rahane, of course, the vice captain of the Indian team, the seasoned player,
Not you, Shannon.
has also captained the Indian team as well in that famous win in Australia. Warrican comes in, bowls, left arm around the wicket.
And you can just see that one. He held it back a bit. So he has varied his pace nicely. He's getting slight turn on this track, but it's the end of the over. The latest score at Queen's Park Oval, India, batting in this 100th Test match against the West Indies. They're 167 for 3. More thoughts from Dr. Nilesh Mehta.
Yeah, I think this is the time for both Kohli and Rahane to build a partnership after Jaiswal departed for 57. Shubman Gill departed, who was caught by De Silva of the bowling of Roach for 10. And then Rohit Sharma was completely beaten all ends up by that straighter one from Warrican for 80. So Rahane and Virat Kohli will be doing the rebuilding task for this particular innings, as we see Joseph coming in right arm over the wicket, bowls, and it is well left by Virat Kohli, shouldering his arms. There is certainly a more animated West Indian fielding unit now. I see more of a banter going on, a friendly banter, I might add.
Yeah,
Nothing toxic at all.
No, definitely the Silver. Just I think Kohli know that his mom is really coming to see him and not Joshua. She would have seen enough of Joshua at home, so she's coming to see Virat Kohli. So he's telling him, better you stay out here.
Yeah.
So it's going to be the big man from the southern end, Joseph. Here he is now, goes past the umpire, bowls and driving through the offside. That's a beautiful shot for 4. That is the type of shot you bring your girlfriend to see. It takes the score along to 171.
You say girlfriend, not your wife? But that was a beautiful shot. A vintage Virat Kohli's square drive. Nobody moved. The ball ran away to the ropes as India march on gently and slowly to 171 for 3. Kohli on 12 with 2 boundaries and Rahane on 4.
Just to bring you up to date with what's happening in across at Park Hill with Trinidad and Tobago, we'll get back to that. Here is Joseph, he's in and again pushing forward is Kohli. Skipper Braffett at cover stops that one. So Kohli looking better and better. 171 for 3. He's a dangerous man. He has a point to prove. He has slipped out of the top 4. And in the ICC batting rankings, his average has dipped under 50. So he has a point to prove here. He started well in the opening test, got a half century, and he'll want to continue in that vein. Here is Joseph again. He rubs that ball vigorously. He's trying to see what he can get from a 46 over ball. Here he is now. He's into Kohli, and that's short. Kohli just playing it down, gets one. No menace in the track, and he could have easily stood up and just play that one down. That's one more. 172 for the loss of 3.
And the onside field is there are only 2 fielders on the onside. It's a packed offside field. So anything that is going to be amenable to Virat or Ajanke for that matter on the onside, there would be easy pickings for them. And Virat Kohli actually in his first test match here in Dominica, it took him 81 balls before he hit the first boundary, but not here at Port of Spain.
He is now in bowls. Kohli guides this one down to Warkan. Warkan who is at a point, and there is no run. The score remains 172 for the loss of 3. Rahani's on 4. Kohli 13. J.K. Rahane, very experienced man, very experienced campaigner. Hence that seniority in the Indian middle order.
35-year-old Rahane from Maharashtra made his test debut in 2013 in Delhi against Australia.
Yes, Joseph up to the wicket now, bowls. And he comes across the off stump, plays it away down to mid-on, and there is no run. So it's the end of the over. At the end of it, 172 for 3. And just to bring you up to date with what's happening across in the Park Hill, where Trinidad and Tobago, they're doing battle against Barbados. Trinidad and Tobago had started well, reaching 120 for 3, and they lost a flurry of wickets, and they were just bowled out after a last wicket resistance between Ronelsa Pereira and LV Mamchan. They were able to recover slightly, but all out for 166.
Well, here at the Queen's Park Oval and the 100th test match between these two great cricket-playing nations, India and the West Indies. India were put into bat after the West Indies won the toss. The West Indies won the toss in the first test match at Dominica as well, but over there, they decided to bat first. Here at the Queen's Park Oval, they have invited India to bat first. India at the present time, after the drinks break, 172 for 3. Rahane batting on 4. Kohli is batting on 13. Kohli has hit 2 boundaries already. Rahane yet to hit a boundary yet.
Here is Warkan round the wicket, bowls, and just coming forward and pushing this one down the ground. There was Rahane. So Rahane goes up now to 5.
Go enjoy.
In fact, that was Kohli. Kohli goes to 14, and Hani comes in to strike now.
Warrican is bowling to a plan on or around the off stump, and I love the style with which he bowls as he comes in straight, and towards the last moment he just drifts wide of the crease, which changes the angle of the delivery, coming in from almost like long on, if you will.
Oh, catch it!
Just played up his sleeve there by Rahani, past short leg. Shouts of catch it. Jamil Warrican.
But that seems to be the only style with which he bowls. I have not seen other bowling variations in him. This time he drifts down the leg side.
Yeah, that's one more.
He has a slip in place and a forward short leg in case the batter gets an edge. There's a point, a cover point, mid-off. As he comes in, left arm around the wicket. Forward in defense is
He's been
Virat
tight,
Kohli.
yeah. He's been tight, hasn't he? Warrican has been as tight as the economy here in Trinidad. This is his 12th over, 1 for 26. And of course he got the masterful Rohit Sharma dismissed, pushed away. Braffett is there at cover, and there is no run. So he's looking to build pressure at this end, and hopefully the other bowlers can strike at the other end. But he did get the big scalp of Rohit Sharma. Here he is again, goes outside the off stump, driving straight to Braffett again at cover, and it's the end of the over. So the end of it, the latest score at Queen's Park Oval, India sent into bat 174 for 3.
Yeah, that particular over, clearly Virat Kohli was looking for runs, trying to pierce the gaps. But on both occasions, the ball going straight to the fielder. There were 4 fielders on the offside, so I think they are just looking for ones and twos and punish the odd ball that a bowler bowls. But Warrican has been, as you said, Vinod, quite economical and scalped the all-important wicket of Rohit Sharma, who was quite well set on 80. So that was a good breakthrough that Warrican got, and certainly lifted the spirits of the West Indies team here, as Alzari Joseph now gets ready from the Queen's Park Cricket Club or the Joe Carew members end.
Yeah, Joey Carew members pavilion balcony. Here is Joseph. He's up to the wicket now and bowls, punched away down to point. There is no run. Rahani and Kohli, of course, in there. Rahani just rising and punching that one down. Yes, the Joey Carew members balcony, that's on the top. And then just lower down, you have the Derek Murray Players Gallery. Of course, the entire pavilion has been named after Brian Lara. So you have a number of stands being named after great cricketers that have passed through this club. You have the Jeffrey Stolmeyer stand as well, and a number of others. We're still trying to find out what they're going to name after Colin Murray. Whipped away down to backward, just forward of square. That's one more. Easy batting there by Arani. He goes on to 6. Kohli 14 is 175 for 3. What do you suggest they should name after your good friend Colin Everton Murray, who was the former West Indies, he was the former West Indies under-19 captain?
Well, the commentator's box over here should be the Colin Murray commentary box.
Well, it has already been named the Jerry Gomez Media Center, so probably just this box.
This box.
Yes, it's a small box.
So
I agree with you.
So within a zip code, you have multiple streets. So we're not talking about the whole zip code or the whole pin code.
Are you going to give him
a street? We're naming a street after Colin Murray.
Are you going to give him the entire box? What about if you give him the front table? This is the Colin Murray table. Here is Joseph. Bows his head forward and comes up and bowls. This is pushed away on the offside, and there is no run. So at the moment, the latest score here is 175 for 3. More thoughts from Dr. Nilesh Mehta.
175 for 3. India moving along in this second session of the first day's play here at the 100th Test match between India and the West Indies here at the Queen's Park Oval. As it's Alzari Joseph coming in from the far end, right arm over the wicket to bowl to Virat Kohli, and Virat Kohli tucks it away on the onside towards square leg as they amble across for an easy single, moving the scoreboard to 176 for 3. Kohli moves on to 15, Rahane on 6. The current run rate is 3.69. Joseph wicketless so far in the 8 overs that he has bowled. There's a slip, a gully, point, cover, mid-off, mid-on, short mid-wicket, deep square leg on the boundary as Joseph prefers to come in to bowl to Rahane. Comes in, bowls, and Rahane plays a good-looking shot straight to the fielder at short mid-off, who is continuing to shine and maintain the shine on the ball in case there would be any reverse swing later on in the innings. The ball, of course, is 47.5 overs old. Rahane batting on 6, Virat Kohli on 15, 176 for 3 India, having put into bat by the West Indies after Captain Brathwaite won the toss. Joseph runs in, bowls, and just gently guided towards third slip area, and that marks the end of the over from Alzari Joseph. That was his 9th over. He remains wicketless, having conceded 42 runs. India 176 for 3 after the end of 48 overs. Rahane, the vice captain of the Indian team, batting on 6. Virat Kohli is batting on 15. Vinod, what more can the West Indies do right now? Any bowling changes, something that can dismantle the current pair?
But if I were the captain, I would have brought on Shannon Gabriel from the media centre in, but I'm not the captain.
Yeah, you just cheated. You just saw number 20 coming up for the run, his run up, and you are telling me that you would have brought in Shannon Gabriel. Here, listeners, I want to be very clear. Vinod Mamchan just saw exactly what was happening and then trying to get all the accolades on the bowling change. Shannon Gabriel from the commentator's end.
So 8 overs, none for 41. Here's Gabriel. They want a burst from him. Comes in and bowls. Good delivery. Good start. Just on and about the off stump. Pushed away to cover. There is no run. So, Nilesh, they have decided to bowl him in short bursts. There are 10 minutes to go to tea. And they've decided to bring him in and just ask him for that big effort. If he can just get one of these guys out, it would have been a wonderful afternoon for the West Indies.
Well, the next one to come is Ravindra Jadeja and then Ishan Kishan. Ishan Kishan didn't really get much time to bat in the first Test match in Dominica. And of course, then you have Ravichandran Ashwin. So the worries don't end for the West Indies if you get this wicket, Vinod.
Yeah, I think it's just about working with whatever you have in front of you. Here's Gabriel up to the wicket now, bowls, and Kohli just allows this one to go by outside the off stump. Just looking to work up some pace here now, Gabriel. He's been good. Shannon Gabriel, his figures of 8 overs, none for 41, doesn't really give the idea of how well he really bowled.
That is true. And he's really bowled well, except for sometimes he's drifted down the leg side. But Shannon Gabriel has really bowled with fire here at the Queen's Park Oval as Virat Kohli gets ready.
He is now. Gabriel. Again, good line, good length. This is where he wants Kohli, just on and about that 4th stump, 5th stump, pushing forward. Kohli has been good so far though. It's gotten better as the afternoon has progressed. So India 176 for 3. They got off to a tremendous start this morning.
Yes, they put on a 139-run partnership, Rohit Sharma and Shubman Gill, until Yashasvi Jaiswal was the first one to go, caught Mackenzie of the bowling of Holder for 57.
Yes, Gabriel running away from us now. up to the wicket, bowls, and that's a bit shorter. Forced away just to the right of Gully, and they're going to go back for 2. A bit too short on that occasion there from Gabriel.
One of the things I was mentioning earlier in my previous commentary stints was that the lack of the bouncers, and for some reason it was almost until the 10th over where the first bouncer was bowled, and with the powerhouse of fast bowlers that the West Indies possess, aren't you surprised that there was not enough bouncers bowled?
I think it had a lot to do with the pitch. They would have assessed the pitch pretty early and realized that there's really nothing in it. Some of the deliveries that they've pounded into the pitch has just stood up to be dealt with. Gabriel, that's better. Pitching right up. Kohli allowing it to go by. Swung in after it passed the bat. So this about 7 minutes at tea.
Probably have one more over at least. Unless it's a Warwican over, then we might have 2. Shannon Gabriel bowling his 9th over, none for 43. Rahane batting on 6, Virat Kohli batting on 17 at the present time.
Gabriel, very hard worker. Goes past the umpire now, bowls, and again, good line, good length. Kohli shows him the respect. End of the over. The latest score at Queen's Park over India batting first, 178 for 3.
Virat Kohli and Ajinkya Rahane both quite circumspect in getting their partnership together. Kohli, of course, has hit 2 boundaries, and Ajinkya Rahane a very sedate 6 runs of the 27 balls he has faced so far. And both of them currently in a mid-pitch conference, trying to make sure that this particular over from Alzari Joseph is the last one before tea. And it's a similar field with a slip, a gully, a point, cover mid-off, mid-on, a short mid-wicket, deep square leg, and a deep fine leg as Alzari Joseph comes in from the far end.
Yes, Joseph is in and bowls. Full delivery. Lucky to get away with that. And Rahane, knowing that tea is just a couple of minutes away, just pushed it along the track on the onside. Don't want to do anything silly here. 2 very experienced campaigners out there. And of course, Kohli and Rahane. Rahane being the vice captain of this Indian team. Tall figure of Alzari Joseph. Runs in towards us. Up to the wicket now, bowls. Pushed away on the offside stylishly there by Rahane. And there is no run. So the West Indies, it's fair to say that they have enjoyed this second session. It all started with Jason Holder, who got Jaiswal brilliantly caught at the backward point by debutant Mackenzie. He got 64. And that wicket was quickly followed up with the wicket of Shubman Gill. And after that, Roach had removed Gill, the beauty of a delivery. We then had Warwican bowling Rohit Sharma for 78. Well, that's the bouncer that you asked for. It's the second bouncer of the day, both bowled by Alzari Joseph.
Yeah. I think we need to see more of this. Challenge the batters. I mean, make them work hard, and and these players are not going to be afraid to hook the ball. And you have a man standing at deep square leg, and if the strategy is to bounce them more, then put another man at deep mid wicket and go after them. But at the moment, there was a good bouncer to see that Ajinkya Rahane faced.
Too wide to interest Rahane. Through to wicketkeeper De Silva.
Ajinkya means invincible, impossible to defeat, victory, and that's what India gained in Dominica, Vinod.
Yep. So all these Indian names, they have meanings that go with them. What's the meaning of Nilesh?
Blue God,
Blue God.
Shankar,
Oh, that's lovely. Here is Joseph. He's in, driving nicely. Is Rahane. What about Ruskin? What does that mean?
Well, rough skin.
Rough skin. Okay. What about Anil Lakan? What does Anil mean?
We have to ask Anil. Anil, what does Anil mean? He's just shrugging his shoulders.
It's Joseph from the fire, and just below the alphabet signage. He runs in now. Goes past the umpire, bowls, and it's a short. And again, not menacing, just guiding that down to Gabriel at long leg. There was Rahane. He gets one. So 50 overs have been bowled, and at the end of it, 179 for the loss of 3.
Let's educate Anil and tell him Anil means wind or air. That's what your name means. Anil means wind or air, which is lovely breeze. So
his head is full of air.
that's
We know that. Anil Lakan.
so.
So Doc is giving us earlier today you gave us a lesson in numerology. Now
Rohit Sharma is number 45. I told you how that name came
Well,
around.
3, the number 3 and the number 6 and the number 9 is a very auspicious numbers in Hinduism.
Yeah. Shannon Gabriel gets ready to bowl what seems to be the last over before tea.
Yep, here is Gabriel. Goes past the umpire now, bowls outside the off stump. So good line. He continues to maintain this good line, Shannon Gabriel. And it's through to the wicket keeper. The score remains at 180. In fact, it's 179, sorry, for 3. And someone is just walking in front of the side screen only when Shannon Gabriel is bowling. And this morning when he ran down, he had to pull up just before the umpire. He was not pleased at all. Gabriel, a big man, powerful man who works at his game every single day. You can find him at the National Cricket Centre working with Kelvin Williams, the former Trinidad and Tobago fast bowler and now bowling specialist. Here's Gabriel up to the wicket now, bowls much better. That one comes back in, and it could have disturbed the stumps there of Rahane. He's getting that one to indoor late, Gabriel.
And that one came into Rahane, and Rahane was taken a bit by surprise, looking behind him, hoping that it didn't really hit the stumps, but it kind of ricocheted off and went towards a square leg, and they came across for a quick single.
I think the pace on that one is what surprised Rahane more than anything else. It was quick. Gabriel will give it his all, because he knows that tea is next, so he can just put his foot up for just a couple minutes and come back out. Here is Gabriel running away from us now. Goes past the umpire, bowls outside the off stump, and the Kohli allows it to go by.
Rahane batting on 8, Kohli on 17. India 180 for 3. And Gabriel has really bowled well. He has really bowled with a lot of firepower. Has not been successful in gaining any wickets. This is his 10th over of the day.
As I said before, his figures of none for 45 does not really reflect how he has bowled. He's come back really nicely after lunch here, Gabriel. Still wicketless, but he has created some problems. Here he is, running away from us, up to the wicket now, bowls, and outside the off, some driving. Lovely stop by Chanderpaul at point, and all they can get is one. Just coming forward and driving that one there, Kohli. So Kohli is on 18, Rahane is on 8, and a lovely bit of work there by Chanderpaul at point. You want to see that fight from the West Indies team, and it's feeling like that. You can lift your team. We saw Gabriel after lunch diving and stopping a delivery at mid-off, and we said at the point that could lift the West Indies team. Soon after, the West Indies team, they were on their toes, and the success started to come their way. There he is again, Gabriel. It's at the top of his mark. Bounds in, a big man. Passes the umpire now, bowls. And this bowling! Shannon Gabriel strikes for the West Indies. It's the end of Ajinkya Rahane. Again, that in Dhaka, the stumps goes sprawling back. And the West Indies, they've struck 182 for 4.
That was some delivery. Completely shocked Rahane. Beaten for pace. As we see this on the replay screen here, that came in sharply as well. And Rahane not expecting it. And then this completely disrupted the furniture behind Rahane as he departs. Bowled by Gabriel for 8. India 182 for 4 now at the tea break now.
Well, you know it's a break when you see Ralphie running out there with his scoop and his broom, and he is going to immediately do some touching up to that surface. It's 182 for 4, and a brilliant delivery there by Shannon Gabriel. We leave you at this point. We return to the stations. We'll be back in about 15 minutes or so to continue coverage of the opening day. But dejected looking Dr. Mehta rushes away for his chai tea. We'll be back soon.
10 seconds to broadcast. All stations, 10 seconds to broadcast. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Welcome back here to the Queen's Park Oval, and again, the players are now making their way back out from the tea interval. A brilliant session for the West Indies, the session between lunch and tea, where India at lunchtime they were 121 without loss, and at tea 182 for 4. So my little mathematics tells me they added 61 runs in that session and lost 4 wickets. So you have to say that session totally belonged to the West Indies, because they were able to pick up the wickets of Jaiswal. He went caught Mackenzie bowl holder for 57. Rohit Sharma, he went bowl Warwickon 80. Gill, he went caught the silver bowl Roach 10, and Rahane, he went bowl by Gabriel for 8. Virat Kohli is still there. He is not out on 18, and Jadeja has joined him, and Jadeja will be facing the bowling of Gabriel, because Gabriel was able to knock over Rahane with the 4th ball of the over. So he's got 2 balls left to complete this over, and you would have to think the West Indies tails, they are up. And you know, it's amazing when you look at that second session. You just felt that second session should have been the first session, where this man Gabriel was pounding into the pitch very hard. Also with Alzari Joseph, they seem to have upped their pace. And you looked at Holder bowling those deliveries just outside the line of the off stump to Jaiswal, which he eventually got him to play a loose shot. But we're just about getting ready to start after the tea interval. I'm Colin Murray. Here is the first delivery, and forward goes Jadeja, as a delivery from more of a loosener from Gabriel. He's only got 2 deliveries in which to complete this over. Good afternoon to you, Ronnie. How are you?
Good afternoon to you, Colin. Good afternoon to all our listeners out there. And I am pretty good.
You're much more happy with the 4 wickets that fell between lunch and tea?
Well, happy, I'm not sure it's quite the word, but I'm
elated?
pleased. I'm pleased with the work that they have been doing. The West Indies bowlers have been doing in that particular session. They have put the ball in the right areas. They have created opportunities for wicket, and they have gotten 4 of them.
Well, they've gotten 4 of them, and I'm sure they're going to be looking to make more inroads into this Indian batting. But it's now has become a pretty competitive game as Jadeja drives, but straight to Warwickon, who is at cover, and there is no run. So the end of the over from Gabriel. Again, he had bowled 4 deliveries before the tea interval, so he had to come and complete this over to Jadeja. Just 2 deliveries and 2 dot balls. So at the end of over number 51, India, they are now 182 for 4. The danger man, Virat Kohli, is still there. He is on 18 not out, and it means that he's going to take strike. Jason Holder is going to come into the attack, or he's going to continue from the Branlar Pavilion end. And you know, I was making the point earlier this morning to that gentleman, Ruskin Mark, and I was saying to him, I could not understand the tactics of the West Indies. You win the toss, you opt in to bowl on a pitch where you figured it would have given you some assistance, a little bit of moisture, maybe a little bit bounce, and you open the bowling with Roach and Alzari Joseph, rather than giving the new ball to Gabriel, who is the fastest of them, with Alzari Joseph. And then after 8 overs, you bring Warwickon in, and Holder doesn't come into the attack till over number 18. But here he is, after tea, with his first delivery to Kohli, who tucks it down towards fine leg, and they go through for a single. So the first run after the tea interval, it's now 183 for 4. Kohli is on to 19. And I couldn't understand the tactics, Ronnie, because here is, you're opting to use the new ball, you send the opposition in, and yet you keep Holder until the 18th over, rather than giving Holder the opportunity with a newish ball, a little bit of bounce, a little bit of moisture. The tactics didn't seem right to me.
Yeah, totally agree with you. You choose 4 fast bowlers on a fresh wicket with a new ball, and why? Why not bowl the 4 of them, one after the other?
Yeah.
And Holder, he puts it in a nice line. He gets that extra bounce, and we saw that troubled Kohli a bit earlier in his innings.
Well, here is Holder into Jadeja, who drives pleasantly but straight to Brathwaite. who is at cover, no run. Yeah, and he's bowled well. I liked his line of attack to Jaiswal. He decided, look, I'm going to bowl this guy off stump, just outside the off stump. Sometimes it went a little too wide of the off stump and Jaiswal left it alone. But after a while, he got tempted and he played that loose shot outside the line of the off stump. It was aerial and Mackenzie took a very good catch. And to me, that was a good plan. They decided, and Holder, he's got the kind of control to do that. He's on his way from that pavilion end, the Brownlow Pavilion, nice sunny conditions now. And Jadeja drives, runs here for him because he finds the gap between point and cover. They've gone for one. They're going to come back for the second. So that's 2 runs to the total. Goes up to 185 for 4. And it gets Jadeja off the mark after 4 deliveries. So he's on 2.
Yeah, Jadeja in a bit of form. He's scoring some runs in the previous test. And he has been scoring a lot of runs recently, not just in the test arena, but his confidence. He's so confident in the work that he's doing at the moment. It shows whether he's batting, whether he's bowling, whether he's in the field. And just to come back to that point you made with respect to Jaiswal in terms of what Holder was doing.
Well, here's Holder into the left-handed Jadeja, who drives again. A little bit of a check drive because I thought he went for the full-blooded drive, but he realized he really wasn't to the pitch, and he just held it back, and in the end it was just pushed out towards mid-off, and there's no run.
Yeah, so Jaiswal, he's naturally aggressive. He likes to play onside, and that was a perfect plan, as you mentioned, Holder had, and just throwing the ball outside off stump, not allowing him to really play, access that onside where he's so free, so accustomed playing, and it really kind of tucked him up and not allowed him to score freely, and it eventually, as you rightly said, brought about his wicket because he played at a wide one.
Here's Holder to Jadeja, and he's on the front foot, pushing it out towards mid-off. And Alzari Joseph trots in to do the fielding, and there is no run again. So the score remains on 185 for 4. Remember, India, they started so well, 139 for none before they lost the first wicket. They were 121 for none at the luncheon interval, and I think everybody here in the ground was saying, oh boy, here we go again. But it was not to be, because after lunch, 4 wickets went. Somebody said to me, Ronnie, India's collapsed. But losing 4 wickets, I think this would give the West Indies team some kind of fillip to go out here and try and pick up another wicket. They go through for a quick single and they get it. That's good running on the part of Jadeja. He pushed the ball to the left of Joseph at mid-off. The important thing is, as he played it, he was on the move. He called immediately for the run, and they got home. So 1 more to the total. Jadeja, he moves up to 3, and the total at the end of the over from Jason Holder, he's now completed 10 overs, 1 for 26, which is very good figures. At the end of the over, it's 186 for 4. The current run rate is now 3.58. At one stage, it was 4.42. So not only the wickets have curtailed the scoring rate, it has certainly brought this game back on a knife's edge. Because if West Indies can pick up another wicket, especially that of Virat Kohli, this game can really go either way. When I say the Indian innings in particular, at one stage they were looking maybe at 400. Now, if they can get Kohli out, Ronnie, maybe 250, 275. Here is Gabriel, starts a new over into Jadeja, and Jadeja is on the front foot and can't do very much with it. He's in defense, pushing it out towards Warrican. Score remains 186 for 4.
Yeah, I think this is a tested spell here for Shannon Gabriel. If he in particular could pry a couple more wickets out, I think it's going to be very difficult for India. As you mentioned, that score they'll be looking at. Yes, they'll be looking at getting towards 300. But if they can get a couple wickets here, the West Indies, early in this session, I think it's definitely going to peg them back. And it's going to make it a little bit difficult for this lower order to really come and express themselves.
Well, here is Shannon Gabriel running away from us here at the Willie Rodriguez end, or the Jerry Gomez Media Center, whichever you prefer. Here they go through for a quick single, and that's, to me, Brathwaite was a little bit slow in getting off the mark there at mid-off. Now, Jadeja showed in the last over he's going to push the ball to mid-off, look for that quick single, and I thought he did it again, pushed it to mid-off. He called immediately, but I thought he caught Brathwaite unawares. He was just sort of he wasn't moving in quickly enough to prevent that single, and in the end they got home comfortably. 187 for 4, Jadeja on 4, and that's the important thing as well, Ronnie. When you have a new batsman in, you need to keep him at that end. Do not allow him to take those easy singles.
Correct, but then the way that they run between the wickets, Jadeja in particular, Kohli, Rahane, all of these guys are so quick between the wickets. They just push the ball into the gaps and are off and running immediately.
And I have no problem with that. But when you push it straight to a fieldsman, you gotta stop that single. You gotta be on the lookout. Here's Gabriel into Kohli, and he's in defense. He's been he's been solid, hasn't he? Been Virat Kohli.
Yes, you mentioned that earlier. He has been very solid. It's an innings that he's looking to really carry on. He's not looking to be over exuberant, over exaggerated, be too aggressive. He's playing the ball on the merit. He's very defensive, looking to score when the opportunity poses. That's the important thing. And that's what you have to give him credit for. Yes, a good ball, you respect it. But when the ball is there to score, he's not afraid to. He's not afraid to punch it through the covers, punch it through the point and score his runs.
Well, he's on 19 from 45 deliveries. A little bit, to me, out of character. But the important thing for India, he's still there as Gabriel is into him. Short, lifting, outside the line of the off stump. And for me, I would have preferred if that was angled more into the body of Kohli. You know, and again, that is my little bit of a problem with the bowlers. You know, I just thought the fast bowlers haven't really tested the Indians enough with some short pitch deliveries.
Yeah, and I would agree with you on that. Shannon Gabriel in particular, the quickest, as you mentioned, of the 4 bowlers, fast bowlers. And he needs to pull his length a bit back. But not only that, he has to be a bit straighter, challenge the wicket, challenge the batter.
So Virat Kohli with 8,574 test runs as he faces up to Gabriel. No run for him as he's pushing it out to Roach, who is at mid-on. Couldn't hold on to the ball, but certainly no run as it didn't go past him. Sun has left us here at the Queen's Park Oval. It's been a great day for cricket, hasn't it?
Yes, a wonderful day.
After the amount of rain we've had over the last couple of days, and I was saying, normally when you put stumps in the ground, it starts to rain. Here, maybe the weather thought that the game was starting on Tuesday, because it started to rain Tuesday all of yesterday as well. But it has spared us today. Let's hope that we have a few nice days, a few sunny days over the next couple of days here. So this game, this historic 100th test match, can see some good cricket. Here's Kohli getting up on his toes. They go through for a single and they get it comfortably in there, and they're going to come back for a second because Kohli was playing that ball, got on his toes and angled it to the right of the man at a wideish gully or squarish gully. And Chanderpaul, who's at a backward point, had to dart around to his left. There was a little bit of hesitation between Jadeja and Kohli. Jadeja called for the run, Kohli hesitated, and when they went through for the single, Chanderpaul had a shy at the striker's end. There's nobody at mid-wicket, so the ball went all the way down to the deep backward square leg, and they were able to come back for another run. So 2 runs to Kohli. He goes to 21 at the end of the over from Shannon Gabriel, and it's 189 for 4.
Yeah, that's good, excellent running. Again, putting pressure on the fielders, and with putting that pressure on the fielders, you will get that overthrow. But Chanderpaul there, he had to get Tyler shy at the stumps, but Jadeja was so quick, he was in a flash, and he was back out for the overthrow as well. So as you mentioned, the running between the wickets, it is a feature of the Indian batting lineup, and these guys are very quick. They judge the single quickly, and it's no yes, no. It's yes, and they're off, or no, and that's it. So you're not going to anything, wait, or no, yes, no, yes, no. It's good, clear, yes, or good, clear, no.
You said that so confident. Yes, no, yes. Like you're accustomed when you're batting, Ronnie. Here's the delivery outside the line of the off stump. Jadeja leaves it. And, you have some players like that. Ruskin Mark was famous for that. When he played the ball, he used to go, yes, no, yes, come, no. And that sort of thing, and it was very confusing batting with him. Thankfully, he used to bat really down the order. So I was never privileged enough to bat with him. But you have players like that. they you know, and you've always been taught, Ronnie, at school level, there's two calls, yes and no. Simple as that. There is some haze holder as he's in his to bowl to Jadeja outside the line, or just maybe on the off stump, and Jadeja is forward and there's no run. I've always also said wait, because you know there are times when you play a ball just maybe to the left or to the right of a fieldsman, and you're just waiting for him to make that mistake and it to go past him. So you just have to say wait, and then you make your call. So you know, I know they tell you it's two calls, yes, no. I also would like to include wait in that. You know, there's some cases you've just got to say to the non-striker, wait.
Yeah.
You know, and then you call yes. But you know, there are a lot of players will tell you. Some batsmen will tell you they hate to run with certain players. Here is Jadeja playing forward to a Yorker length delivery from holder. That's a very good delivery, because with Yorker length, and Jadeja had to come down on it, pushes it out on the offside, and there is no run. Score remains on 189 for 4. Yeah, so there are some players that you really have to run for them as well, because they're bad callers, you know, and they don't judge singles properly, and you know, that's you get that from experience. You know, when you start to play cricket, you then look at the angles and that type of thing. When you know, well, look, you know, if you play the ball here or you play the ball there, you're able to get a single. Here's holder outside the line of the off stump, and Jadeja respecting that delivery, not having a go at it, allowing it to go through, be taken by the silver.
Yeah, I totally agree with you. And another feature of that is to know, judging the run is, okay, who has the call? So if it's, you know, behind the striker,
that's right.
It's a non-striker's call. So this is also important. Not only that, it's the fact that you trust your partner there.
Very important.
Right?
Very
you trust your
important.
partner. He calls it, okay, you go. Right? If there's a hesitation, that's when you get the run out.
And then there are some players who look behind them. Here is holder into Jadeja, and he's in the front, on the front foot, pushing it out towards the man there, looks like Warrican, who is at that short cover position in a catching position. Yeah, there are some players who, and again, that's basic. When the ball is behind you, it's a non-striker's call. You know, and it's the same on the opposite side. When you're batting and you play a ball to mid-off or to mid-on, that's the striker's call. Correct. There are some non-strikers who tend to look behind them. Correct. And by the time you look behind them and the striker calls you, he's halfway up the pitch and you're looking behind, and that creates the problems. So people don't understand that running between the wickets is an art. You've got to be careful, and you've got to be precise in your calling. Here's holder outside the line of the off stump. That's a good delivery. Pitched maybe just a little too wide of the off stump, because it's pitched and left him, and Jadeja allowed it to go through. The end of a good over from holder, a maiden over, so he's completed 11 overs now, 1 for 26. Kohli is 21, Jadeja is on 4. It's 189 for 4.
Yeah, and that's excellent from holder, as you rightly said, in terms of he's just keeping that ball just outside that off stump, and he's just moving away from the left-handers. So he has bowled really well to the left-handers, as we spoke about earlier with Jaiswal, and now with Jadeja. It's the same thing, just hanging it outside there, and he will get that one to come back into the left-hander, no two ways about it. So it's just pushing it away, pushing it away, and then just get that one to either come back in a bit. And that's where you're going to cause problems to the left-handers.
Maybe tempt him a little bit.
Yeah.
Of course, this is a Cricket 360 production, as we are looking at Gabriel running away from us here to bowl to the right-handed Kohli. He's with him now, and Kohli stands up to a delivery just outside the line of the off stump. Not making as much height maybe as Kohli anticipated, but he was getting up on his toes and playing that ball out in front of him, back up on the offside towards Brathwaite, who is at mid-off, and there is no run. Score remains on 189 for 4.
Yeah, I want to see more of that, more of those deliveries to Kohli, just on that off-stump line, just short of a length, you know, hitting the chest area, making it difficult for him. Kohli is not going to really look to pull those deliveries, and he will more or less, as you rightly said, just stand on the toes and push it back to the bowler. So I want to see more of those deliveries, and if he could get one just to move away from the right-hander, it's problems.
Here's Gabriel into Kohli, and Kohli drives, but more of a push than a drive. He was on the front foot and he pushed it, came off the middle of the bat and quickly went out to Brathwaite, who is at mid-off, so there was no chance of a single. and he remains on 21. Total 189 for 4. Indians losing 4 wickets in that session. Once again, between lunch and tea, they went to lunch at 121 for none, and all of a sudden at tea time they found themselves 182 for 4. It was a very good session, probably the only session West Indies won for the last 2 tests, or should I say the last test plus this one.
Yeah.
And we only in the
Just
first
the series.
series.
You
Yeah,
can say for the series.
for the series.
For the
Okay,
series.
I will say that. Probably the only session they won for the series. But we're looking at Gabriel. Passes the umpire and bowls this one short, lifting, and Kohli looking to have a swing at it. Doesn't make contact. There is a man at fine leg and a deep backward square. He was short, but it was angled badly, going down the leg side, and Kohli was a little bit late in trying to swivel and hit it down towards fine leg. Didn't make contact, and luckily for him, because he had to control it well with the 2 men in the deep. And then, of course, you always see players going down the leg side, gloving it or something like that. So he's got to be careful.
Yeah, I
But,
think, as we said before, I think he needs to keep it more straighter. That's a perfect length delivery to Kohli, but he has to be a bit on the off-stump line in order to cause him problems. If he goes down the leg side, it's going to be easy shot for Kohli.
Well, here is Gabriel on his way to bowl to the former Indian skipper, and this one he's slashing it, but straight to Warwick, and he can't find the gap. Wonder if he's getting a little frustrated now, Ronnie.
Well, he's 53 deliveries thus far, and yes, just 21 runs. And you know he likes to feel the ball off the bat. He likes to rotate the strike. He
But he's
likes to score.
He's not even finding the gap, so that's why I'm saying I wonder if he's getting a little frustrated.
So it could be a bit of frustration coming. And when that happens, you tend to play a bit hard. You tend to go a bit harder at the ball, and that's when you tend to find the fielders more often than not.
Also, you tend to play shots at deliveries that not there.
Yeah.
Well, there's just a strange thing. There's 3 slips, almost like a second slip, a fourth slip, and a gully that is pretty wide. Here's Gabriel into Kohli, and this is short, lifting, and this one is better controlled by him. He's getting on top of it and then just turning the delivery down to fine leg, and they go through for an easy single. Alzari Joseph is down in that position, so Kohli goes to 22 now, and the total up by 1. So 190 now for 4. Brings Jadeja back in strike. He's on 4 from 15 deliveries.
So you can see it's a bit of rebuilding process here. Having lost those 4 wickets in the second session would have been a bit of blow for the Indian batting lineup.
Because Jadeja as well, Ronnie, he likes to get on with it, doesn't he?
Correct. So it's a bit of a rebuilding process. You build a partnership, get going, and then maybe later on you can see the second hour, maybe you could be a bit more aggressive.
Here is Gabriel wrong the wicket now to the left-hander, and that delivery angled into him, and he's just allowing that ball to come into him, and with almost a dead bat, as they say, allowed it to hit the bat and just roll out towards cover. It's the end of the over from Gabriel. He's now completed 12 overs, 1 for 50. And after 55 overs, it's 190 for 4.
Yeah, you have to give credit to the West Indies bowlers. They have bowled really well. In that second session, after the drinks break in particular, Roach, Gabriel, Holder bowled really well. Made it difficult to score in runs, and that you saw that because the batters weren't able to score as freely as they would have liked. It brought about their downfall. As you can see there, he bowled Gabriel for 8, and you don't expect that from him generally. He's generally behind the line of the delivery, and from 36 deliveries as well. So it shows how well the West Indies bowlers have bowled in that period.
And even Warwick, you have to give him credit, picking up the vital wicket of Rohit Sharma. And I'm just wondering if, yes, it was a good delivery, but I was wondering if Rohit Sharma was a little bit casual in playing that delivery. And I certainly am not taking away any credit at all from Warwick, because it was a good delivery.
Yeah.
And I think it took everybody by surprise, including Rohit Sharma.
Yeah, definitely. You could see his reaction after that.
Here's Holder starting a new over to Kohli, and this Kohli is turning this delivery out towards mid-wicket. And there is Noran Athanes, the man doing the fielding there at that mid-wicket. The sunshine is back with us. Can't tell you how much it's been a glorious day. And I keep remembering when I say that related song. and of a lovely day for cricket. I would try to sing it. It's a lovely day for cricket, but that doesn't sound like related, does it?
Why sing? We have good sunshine. Come
So,
on, Colin.
yeah, you want me to do it after the play? After the
yes,
display. All right.
after.
Okay, Ron. Yeah, I will take your advice. I I know I'm not singing like relator, but I know. But every time it's funny when you think of India versus West Indies. You think of Gavaskar, you think of relator. And Sunny Gavaskar is here. And it's so great to see him. He's such a gentleman, such a humble individual. For all he's achieved in cricket, in not just Indian cricket but world cricket. Such a gentleman. And I was having a chat with him earlier when he arrived, because he was. Somebody said to me, there's a little stoppage, and I think I should let our listeners know, because Holder, after that ball was played, Holder looked at it and he gave it to the umpire, and I know the umpire have this ring that they use to measure the ball, and I think they're changing the ball because they don't, something has, obviously this ball is maybe out of shape or something like that.
Well,
so they're changing.
The rings are really to check the shape of the ball, to ensure if it's not fully round. That's when they change it, really. So probably it's not fitting through those rings, so that's why they call for a change of ball.
So the third umpire is on the field at the moment with the presiding umpires, and they're obviously looking to get a ball, and that's the thing. They've got to get a ball in terms of overs, a similar number of overs.
Correct.
In other words, you can't give them a ball that's 5 overs old. So you've got to look for something with 55 overs or thereabouts. I think it's 55 overs have been bowled. 55.1. So they've got to look at a ball with the same age to give it to them to hold up. And sometimes they show the batsman as well to show that, this is a ball that is 55 overs old. And the umpires are quite happy. They've thrown the ball to Brathwaite. They've shown him the ball, and I think he's going to give it to Holder in a minute for him to restart. And the thing is, sometimes you get a change of ball, Ronnie, that sometimes helps the bowlers. All of a sudden, this ball starts, even though it's the similar 55 overs, it just suddenly starts to swing around. And then you have one that is doing nothing, dead as a doornail, and the batsmen just start to get comfortable. But it's always interesting when a ball goes out of shape and the umpires call for a change.
Well, I think they're calling the third umpire back on.
Yeah, but Brathwaite, isn't he happy? He seems not to be happy. Let's see. We're having a look. They're pushing it through that ring again. That is, but I think the umpire is pretty happy with that and says probably to Brathwaite, listen, we're in charge here, you need to go and bowl. So he's given Brathwaite back the ball, and he's now thrown it to Holder. Holder is examining it with Alzari Joseph, and I think Shannon Gabriel is also walked up there to have a look. So the bowlers are looking at that ball that has been exchanged, and they're going to restart this over as Holder running in to bowl to Kohli. Kohli turns this ball out towards mid-wicket. They're gone for one. Chanda Paul is out at that deep backward square. He runs in and just limits the scoring to a single. Kohli on to 23, 191 for 4.
Yeah, Kohli was looking for the second there, but Jadeja, he was just trotting through for one, because he knew it went straight to Chanda Paul, and it was just a single. But again, it shows the intent. The intent is there, looking for that misfield to get that extra run. So you have to give the batters credit for that, in terms of they are not just settling for the singles. They're looking for the misfield if they can get the second. So this is wonderful. And again, Holder seems to have some problem with the ball again, and gives it back to the umpire.
So they're going to call. Are they going to call the third umpire again?
Well, yeah.
Yeah, they're going to call him on again with a new set of balls, because obviously that ball, the players are not happy with it, the bowlers in particular. And the thing about it, Brathwaite had given that indication when he went to the umpire, and he was overruled. But I think Holder now is complaining again. So they're going to So out comes the third umpire with that bag of balls. And we'll have to wait and see what happens. Umpire Erasmus, is it?
Yes,
Yes, the South African.
correct.
He is the presiding umpire at the moment. The Englishman, Richard is it Kettleborough or Kettleborough?
Yeah,
Like
Kettleborough.
like if you're having a cup of coffee and you're
Correct.
warming the kettle.
Yes.
Kettleborough. Okay, I know you're when it comes to the English language, you don't get better than Ruskin Mark, you know. So he's informing me that it's Kettleborough. So he is the man at the square leg. And Pi Erasmus. So there comes the bag of balls again. So before the start of play, Ronnie, there was a nice gathering of both teams and officials to mark the 100th Test match.
Yes.
And nice silver plates were presented to both teams. Always a great occasion. West Indies versus India. West Indies have won 30 Test matches between these two teams. The Indians 23. But when they first started in 1948-49, West Indies never lost a series to India until 1976. Right here at the Oval, when again I go back to Sunil Gavaskar,
correct.
when he had a fantastic innings here, and they won. That was the first time they won. But since 2002 to now, West Indies have not won a Test match against India. So it's payback time, I suppose, because so West Indies looking to, if not win the Test here, at least, I was saying to somebody, once they're competitive, I'm happy with that. Here's the holder as we restart here to Jadeja. I must say, from the second session, I wasn't happy at all with the performance of the bowlers in that first session. I thought they bowled badly. The line was, they didn't have the energy to me in that first session. The second session, since then, they've been really better. Even coming back here now after tea. Holder in particular, he's bowled a good line, he's bowled a good length, and it's much better bowling performance, hasn't it?
Yeah, definitely it has. And as you rightly said, the line and length in particular has been spot on, and it has produced 4 wickets for them.
Here is Holder into Jadeja outside the line of the off stump. He's bowled really well to the left-handers. He's just kept it on or around that off stump. Sometimes he's pushed it a little wider, and this one was a little wider to Jadeja. He left it alone. Score remains on 191 for 4.
Yeah, he just has to get one to nip back into the left hander now, and that's going to cause a lot of problem because you're playing the batter's mind. Is it going to go across? It is going to come back. And that's when they start to play inside the line. That's when you get the outside edge into play. That's when you get the inside edge as well onto the stumps as well.
Here is Holder on his way again to bowl to Jadeja, and he's pushing it out. He wants a single, but it's not on because it's going to Kimar Roach there at backward point, who moves around quickly to his left, to do the fielding, and there is no run.
Yeah, it was pushed a bit hard to him, so it wasn't just like, just pushed easy into the offside. It went pretty fast to the fielder, so there was no real chance of a single there. But as we said before, they are always looking for it, looking for that run. A slight misfield and they would have been there.
Of course, another Test match is happening in England. Here is Holder outside the line of the off stump. Jadeja allows it to go through. It's the end of the over, 191 for 4. And the Ashes, Ronnie,
yes.
England, 384 for 4 in response to Australia's 317. So they're trying hard to win that game. And if they do, it means they will go into the 5th Test 2-all. But I'm going to let you make a few more comments on Ruskin Mark, that towering fast bowler from years ago is going to join you.
Yes, thank you very much, Colin. And the Ashes, it has been a very good series. England have done well to come back after those 2 defeats in the first 2 tests, and they are making a good fist of it in the 4th here. But Roach, a change in bowling from the media center end. Roach is on. He's going to pick up the attack from Shannon Gabriel.
He's on his way once more, driven beautifully into the cover region, but Warrican is in the way. and he can't get it through. So he will remain on 23, Virat Kohli. Looking ominous indeed, but he's probably on the slow side at the moment. I know that is a discussion that you've been having with Colin Murray.
Yeah, definitely. But I mean, he have been a bit struggling a bit of late in terms of run scoring.
Roach is on his way once more, goes past the umpire now and pitches up, driven on a little bit upishly, and Shannon Gabriel is nicely positioned there. He's not as deep as one would have expected at mid-on, and that ball almost carried to him just off the square.
Yeah, pushing a bit too hard there with hard hands, and that shows how he's not too much in form. Yes, he looks good, he looks solid today, but he's not too much in a good form where you would see him just stepping forward and just punching that ball straight down the ground. This time he's actually pushing at it a bit, playing way in front of his pads, and that one was a bit aerial but falling, as you already said, just short of Gabriel.
Immediately Blackwood comes into that straightish mid-wicket position, and this time he's driving gloriously through extra cover for 4 runs.
Yeah, that was a wonderful shot here. This time pitched up a bit outside that off-stump line, and he just tried into that one. And you could see just caressing that one through that extra cover gap. Didn't look to overhit it as we saw in the previous delivery. Just looking for more placement, and placed it really well. After he hit that one, you could see just had a few steps down the wicket to show that he's confident now, and that would bring him a lot of good.
He's on 27 now. He waits on Roach, who's with him. That's another good delivery. They're going to have to hurry here, but Warrican again can't really. He would have had to really execute a pick up and throw, and he wasn't able to do that as quickly as he wanted to. So a comfortable single in the end, and that's a well-judged single too, because he placed it sufficiently wide of the fieldsman, and by the time he was able to pick up the ball, the batsman was safely through, and Jadeja is fairly quick between the wickets.
Yeah, again, soft hands. Just allowed the ball to come to him and just dropped it into that cover region. And yeah, as you rightly said, it was just a bit to the left of Warrican. Warrican being a left-hander as well, but it was dropped nicely with soft hand that it was easy for them. Kohli and all, he was already on the front foot looking to go down, so it was easy for him to get down there.
Jadeja, who's been stuck on 4 for a while now, waits on Roach, and he gets off that mark now. We're going to get a couple here. Again, it is Warrican who is brought into play at mid-wicket on this occasion to the left-hander, and 2 runs it is.
Yeah, a bit too straight there, full and straight there from Roach, and it was easy for Jadeja to just work that one into the onside. But we saw what Holder was doing to Jadeja in the previous over, just pulling that ball across the left-hander, just outside that off-stump line, and just moving away slightly, and it was difficult for him to really drive those deliveries.
From around the wicket, here's Kemar Roach, outside the off-stump, nibbling at it, and you can see Jadeja indicating there might have been a little bit of a way movement, which is a difficult thing to achieve from around the wicket, but Roach did it. It's the end of the over. At the end of it, it's 198 for 4.
Yeah, and again with this delivery coming around the wicket, it's going to be ball into the left-handed Jadeja, and you'll make him play a lot more. That's the key there. He would make him play a lot more, and that's like movement you get. It's going to bring the outside edge into play. It's going to bring those slip feelers into play, and that's what you want. And that's we saw that in the Ashes with Stuart Broad. He does that to all the left-handers.
Cuts the ball off the seam.
Yes, away from the left-handers. So that's excellent from Roach. Immediately we saw that just going around the wicket. But we see here now, Holder, he's going to stay over the wicket to the batters.
He's on his way once more from the Jerry Carew members' end and pushes it up nicely again. Virat Kohli looks a real picture of confidence right now. Just the way he's middling the ball. I mean, it's a defensive shot, but it's coming off the middle of the bat, which is, like I say, it's an ominous sign that he's really digging in here as if he's preparing himself for a big score.
Yeah, and that's what you want. Yes, he's not able to pierce the gap as you would like, but the shots, it feels good. You can see it sounds good off the bat, and that's when you know he's starting to grow in confidence here.
He waits now on Holder, who is with him, and for this delivery, he's turning it through square leg, and it's going to get an easy single all along the ground. Chandapal is out there, and the batsmen help themselves to one.
Again, he's just waiting on that delivery, allowed it to come to him and just turn the wrist very late on it to just place that square of the wicket to get a single. So and that's because of that 4 that he hit in the previous over. It gave him that confidence. He waited on the ball, played it nicely, played it nice and late, and now you can see after that he starts playing the ball a bit later. He's not going hard at it anymore.
Holder to Jadeja, and again just outside that off stump, teasing him out there and daring him to come after him just outside the off stump. He goes for a little walk and does a little bit of gardening, and because there's something in his mind that Holder is probably placing in his mind that that spot that he's very watchful about it. The other thing that allows somebody like a Virat Kohli, and this is to a lot of Asian or subcontinent batsmen, they play the ball late and they're very wristy with the play, whereas a lot of West Indian batsmen, especially the current crop, play the ball hard. This is driven again. He's going to go for a quick single, and once again he's going to get it because Alzarri Joseph was napping down there at mid-off. He actually fell asleep there, and by the time he jumped into action, the batsmen were almost completing the run.
Well, that's the 3rd time Jadeja did that. Actually, twice to Alzarri Joseph, caught him napping there, and once to the captain Brathwaite. So he's really looking to just punch the ball, not hard, not looking to hit it hard. Just punch the ball down the ground, even though it's going straight to the field. That they know they are quick enough to get through for that single.
And they got it with loads of time to spare. 200 on the board. Here is Holder once more, and that's a good delivery. Bit of extra bounce there, but played well. Actually played it on the glove. You could see him just wringing the hand a little bit there, as he might have been bruised a little bit with that extra bounce there from a Holder. But in the end, he played it well enough. Got a single down to short fine leg.
And that's what we were talking about initially, early on with Colin when Colin was on air, in terms of that short of a length. The short of a length delivery to Virat Kohli in particular on the body line. That's where you need to be. It will give him a bit of uncomfortable. He will be a bit uncomfortable there because he's not going to really look to pull it if it's on the body.
Here we come again. Hold up, bowling this time. Jadeja is opening the face a little bit, but he can't get the run. And we just saw a picture there of Jayden Seals working out 30 to Kohli, 7 it is to Jadeja. India, after being put in at 201 for 4.
Yes, Jayden Seals in the setup, just coming back from injury. So he is in the setup. Training with the team. Took part in the Dream 11 T10 tournament in Trinidad a couple months ago.
And I think he might have been, I'm not sure if he was under consideration for this test, but I think he was close enough that, they didn't want to rush him into the first test, but it felt like an extra week, would have given him a little more time to probably get his fitness up. And I think that might be the only question right now is if he can last, 5 days or however long the test match goes.
Yeah, I think I had a chat with him, and that's what the issue right now is, getting his full run-up in. So he's currently playing, yes, but he's not in his full run-up. Because of the injury, he has to build himself up. He has to build that run-up up before he can get going. So he's not fully 100% ready as yet.
Well, Jamal Warrican replaces that bottom end here, and that's a good delivery, driven nicely, though. And it's going to... Kima Roach had a short burst, which is pretty good, and I think under these hot conditions, that's kind of like par for the course. Now it's up to Warrican to keep things tight. That's another good delivery. But again, you will look at the craft of Virat Kohli. He's getting to the pitch of the ball, but he's also getting slightly inside the line, so he could open the face and maybe squeeze a single.
Catch it, Roy.
This time he uses the full face of the bat and pushes it down to long off for a comfortable single all the same. So it's really so good to watch him bat, because you could learn so much from just watching him bat. I mean, he hasn't scored a big total here, he's on 31, but you're just seeing the foundation is being laid here for probably a later assault. If not today, certainly by tomorrow if he's still there. As we look at Warrican, this time from over the wicket now, he goes to Jadeja, and Jadeja again kind of stands up and hurriedly pushes it down to long on. Again, Shannon Gabriel comes into the action here at long on.
Anybody else?
And they're going to get another easy single. So the one by one, they're pushing on here. Jadeja goes up to 8.
Yeah, we could see a bit of turn, a hint of turn there for Warrican in that previous delivery to Jadeja. I think he was taken aback by, he was pretty much shocked by that bit of movement.
From around the wicket he goes this time, and here they go again, just pushing the ball, and that's exactly what I was talking about before. With Virat Kohli, you could see him getting to the getting in line and then just opening the face of the bat to angle the ball and squeeze out a quick single.
Yeah, and that's what he's good at. Just angling the bat, as you rightly say, to find those gaps. And that's what he wasn't doing initially. He was just hitting it straight to the field. But now, have a bit of confidence.
Another delivery, Jadeja watchful this time, right out on the front foot, plays the back along the wicket. Picked up by the bowler. He remains 8-32 to Kohli. And after 59 overs, it's 204 for 4.
Yeah, he has a bit of confidence now. He's hitting the ball a bit better, so he's able to just open that face slightly to just find those gaps and get those easy singles. And the thing about it is he's not trying to really hit the ball hard, try to get the boundary. He's just trying to work the ball into the gaps, pick up single. If you hit it a bit better, you may pick up 2 runs, and that's excellent, because what it does, it keeps the scoreboard ticking over. And not only that, the left hand right hand combination now will prove a bit of problem for the bowlers.
Well, it's and the West Indies cannot afford to drop their heads here. They know they've pulled things back significantly, but they need to keep going. Even if you don't get wickets, you just need to keep it tight and just let the pressure build and see if that forces the batsman into error. Roach, though, from the bottom end, he bowls short outside the off stump, punched away nicely, and that's going to be 4 runs. Once it starts to go down the hill like that, Warrican never really had a chance, and Virat Kohli cashes in once more from a bit of a loosener from Kemar Roach.
Yeah, that one was a bit short outside the off stump. It was easy for him. All he had to do was really find the gap there, and he did that nicely. Just waited on it, pushed that square of the wicket. We saw previously he did that same. He did a similar shot to Roach as well from that end, and this time again just finding that gap square of the wicket. And now a change in field. Warrican, he's going to remain down at that square boundary for that similar shot. But I think they're following the ball a bit. I don't think he needs to do that. I think Roach is good enough. He's tidy enough to keep that ball in a tight line outside that off stump.
He's on his way once more from the southern end, and this time it's driven past the man at that. Well, what is a second slip? More like a third slip, really. And Blackwood could do nothing about it. It runs down to third man. That's 4 more.
Yeah, again, just as you said, opening the face a bit, just to pass Blackwood there at that sort of third slip position. And he picks up another boundary. So he's playing with the field now. You could see he's set.
Manipulating things, yep.
He knows where he wants to hit the ball. He knows where the fielders are and when the changes that are being made, and he's just playing accordingly. This is excellent from him, from Virat Kohli here.
He waits now. The close infielders go down. Here's Roach, wide outside the off stump, and not interested on that occasion is Virat Kohli. But quickly now he's on to 40, so he's quickening scoring, because already in this over he has back-to-back boundaries. So he knows when to probably just step on the gas a little bit. And when you look up, he's already on 40, which is kind of like how Larry Gomes used to bat. And we got people say, but we didn't see Larry make a big aggressive shot yet, but he had 40, That's because Larry used to deflect the ball very well, and and kept the scoreboard churning over. Again, Kohli looking to score down to mid-on, but this time he played it too well on that occasion, and he couldn't get time to squeeze out the single down there.
Yeah, this time playing it a bit
Too
hard.
close to Chandapol, and Chandapol is down there.
Right, so a change in field now. So Chanapol a better fielder, a bit quicker to the ball as well. So they're not going to take that chance to him. But as you rightly say, you could see the change in his batting now. He's taking advantage of anything loose.
He waits, Roach is with him, and again he's guiding it down to that deep backward point position, coming across to his left is Warrican. And the batsmen help themselves to another comfortable single. One more to Kohli, goes to 41, and it's 214 now for 4.
Yeah, again, just allowing that one to come to him and just playing it late into that gap. So he knows, as we said before, where the gaps are now, where the fielders are, and he's just fiddling with the field now, just guiding the ball into the gap, not just hitting them, but just guiding it into the gap to keep rotating the strike.
And Roach is from around the wicket this time to the left-handed Jadeja, who's driving powerfully past the man at short cover, and that too is going to speed through to extra cover boundary for 4 more. And that's a good shot. He waited on it, and Roach was pitching up to him, and he didn't miss out.
Yeah, definitely pitched up delivery there. That's a bad delivery, one of the very rare bad delivery you see from Roach. Pitched up, and Jadeja just driving that one through cover. Just had to be the captain who's standing there close inside, and he picks up a boundary, and it seems like it's
Roach is going to continue once more, and this time it's coming back, and again it's well judged in the end by Jadeja, but he was flirting with danger there as that ball came back at him. It probably passed over the off stump, and he remains on 12, 41 to Kohli, and India consolidating now. They're 218 for 4.
Yeah, and as you mentioned the partnership, they needed to build a partnership, and was chatting with Colin when we were talking about, yes, it's not the aggressive nature you would see from the batters, but a partnership was need to be built, and it's actually being built nicely by this pair. We saw some nice aggressive shots. We saw some excellent running between the wickets as well. And they have been doing an excellent job thus far. Just repaying that work that so the partnership moves on to 36 at the moment. And this is exactly what India needed after losing those 4 wickets in that second session. And now they're starting to put the pressure back on the West Indies bowlers. 218 for 4. And the bowlers now, they are feeling the pressure. They have been bowling a lot more bad deliveries than good, as we saw in that second session. And
this is something that they have to be mindful of, the West Indies. They need to just keep the concentration going, because if you're not getting wickets, then you don't want to be leaking runs. It's one or the other. Either we get in wickets and you might go for a couple, but you want to be taking wickets. But if you're not taking wickets, then the reverse is preferred, where you don't give away too many runs. You just keep things tight, keep it tight, be patient, and let the batsmen, as they say, get themselves out. But you don't want to give them runs and allow them to just grow in confidence all the time. So, and you can see the West Indies having a bit of a discussion there as they're on this water break here at the moment, or this refreshment break, I should say. And but certainly this is the time where everybody, I think Bradford is pulling them together now and saying, guys, this is what, we probably need to do the rest of the way for the next hour or so. They're 218 now. Let's just see if we could keep limiting them, keep things tight. Maybe if they go in at, 260, you might be happy with that. Yeah. But you have to work towards that. If you get another wicket or 2, great. But even if you don't get a wicket, don't just let the scoreboard, run away from you at this time. And by the end of the day, they have 300 runs. you're not going to be very happy with that because remember, the West Indies won the toss and put them in.
Yeah.
So all of that is probably playing in the captain's mind now as he's having that little tit-tat there with them, telling them about, what is needed now the rest of the way.
Yeah, I mean, 14 runs coming off that last over from Roach. And a couple of poor deliveries. We saw one pitched up to Jadeja and then just a bit short outside the off stump to Kohli. So they have to be wary of that. As you rightly said, they can't allow this last hour to run away from them. If the batters continue to score freely, then at the end of the day, it's going to be difficult for them. They'll look up at the scoreboard and see, okay, India 300 for only 4. When at one point in time, we could have been batting if so at this point in the game. But this partnership has done, of 36, have done exactly what India would have wanted coming out of that tea break. And now, as you said before, Virat Kohli, he looks settled. He looks like he wants to score now, and he looks like he's in for a big one. And that is a sign that the West Indies don't want to see at the moment.
Well, and to compound issues for the West Indies, Jason Holder is off the field. And but he had a good spell, since he came on in the morning and then after the luncheon interval and now after tea, he did bowl pretty good, but he's off the field right now, and it's Warrican who's going to continue from the northern end. Again, I mean, if you're a young batsman, you really want to look at Virat Kohli and just watch how he's kind of manipulating proceedings. So he's actually getting the bowlers to bowl where he wants them to bowl. Here he is again with a beauty. And it's a similar delivery that got rid of Rohit Sharma. And that one just missed the outside edge. It also missed the off stump. A little bit of bite and turn there. Where did that come from? Jadeja must be watching that and smiling. Here he waits, and Kohli again is driving. That's a good shot. He gets it through the gap. It's going to be a long chase here. And just pulled back inside. Bradford able to track it down. And they're going to have to settle for 2.
Yeah, again, that's what you expect. A bit overpitched from Warrican there, and Kohli just striding. And he likes to stride. He gets a big stride in. You see, get a big stride in, and he just goes with the hands. And the thing about it, he
places it well. Here is another ball pitched up to him. He's driving. Probably just didn't get the type of contact he wanted, but you could see him. That was right up to him, and he was really looking to hammer it through the onside. A nice gap there between mid-on and that straightish mid-wicket. There's also a forward short leg as well, plus a short, well, I have to call him a short mid-off almost. He's mid-pitch. And just to the left of where the bowler would finish in his follow-through. So here is Warrican again. So all of a sudden the game takes on a different complexion now because Kohli is sensing something here. He wants to get on with things, but he could only defend that one. A good delivery to end the over from Warrican. Jadeja remains on 12. Kohli is on 43 now. It's 220 for 4.
Yeah, it looks good when you see Virat Kohli starts to use those hands and those wrists to guide the ball into the gaps. And that's where it starts to look...
remember Mohammad Azharuddin?
Correct. And that's what he does so good. Vivius Laxman, to a certain extent, used to do that as well.
Javid Mianda.
Yeah.
He's mastered that.
Yeah, just
always
using
scoring,
those wrists.
always scoring.
And just guiding the ball into the gaps. And that's what you see Virat Kohli starts to do here. And when he starts that, you could see the confidence is there with him. And he starts to hit the ball, middle the ball a lot more.
Kemar Roach is on his way once more from the pavilion end outside the off stump. In the last over, he produced a peach of a delivery. The last ball of his previous over, it came back sharply, but Jadeja judged it well. But I thought for a moment there his heart might have been in his hand there when he saw that ball caving back at him.
He left it more on length, but it came back up sharply into him, as you rightly said, and it did cause a bit of worry to him. But he did survive that delivery, and he's back here to face Roach.
You can hear the crowd getting into the game, trying to urge the West Indian bowlers forward. Now Roach is on his way. Does he get something extra? That's a good delivery, but comfortably in behind it is Jadeja. No worry at all for him. He could be a real pain in the neck, Jadeja, because he scores runs at, well, as a bowler, you'll have to say at inopportune times, because you don't want him to score runs then. But that's precisely when he puts his head down and pulls his team out of trouble, just as he's doing now. But Roach wheels around and is on his way once more. And for this delivery, he's driving, but there is cover out there. And a little bit of bubble there on the part of the youngster, Chandapur, just trying to maybe rush the ball a little bit. Because he probably recognized that these two can run very quickly between the wickets. And on that occasion, they didn't get the run. So it's a nice outside field for him. Let's see if Roach sticks out there. And this time he's coming on. They're going to go for a quick single, and they're going to get it too. So that's the intention. They're going to hit it and run. He didn't play it all that well. He kind of rushed onto him. Once again came a Roach, but he was still able to get enough of it and dropped it and took off for the quick single. Good response too from Virat Kohli.
Yeah, well, realizing that Jadeja is in a bit of problems here from Roach. Roach is causing a bit of problems for Jadeja, I should say. And he looks a bit uncomfortable in the last few deliveries he faced from Roach. So as he dropped it there, Kohli was quick to call him through for that single. So this is smart cricket here.
From over the wicket now, came a Roach to Kohli, and what does he do? He just guides it into the offside, and the man at deep point has to come in. And by that time, the batsman able to complete another comfortable single. Again, the rotation of strike, the left hand, right hand. You can't really sort of concentrate as a bowler on any one batsman because they're just rotating the strike frequently. A lot of young faces in the crowd as well. And the future of Trinidad and Tobago and West Indies cricket. Never know when that switch is going to go on. Here's another delivery outside the off stump and taken low down by wicketkeeper De Silva to end the over. 62 in the books. It's 2-2 for 4. Kohli is 44-13 to Jadeja.
Double Nelson on the board, but you can see again Jadeja is a bit unsure of those deliveries just outside the off stump from Roach. Whenever he pitched it up, you could see Jadeja, just coming forward and pushing it into the covers, but just short of a length outside the off stump. He's a bit unsure of what is happening, if to play, if to leave, if it's going to go away, if it's going to come back. And that is good from Roach. He has to continue to keep it there. He has to bowl a lot more deliveries in that area and force Jadeja to do something differently.
Well, he's at the non-striker end. Jason Holder is back on the field, so he might have just had a little break, maybe change a shirt or something. And but it's going to be Warrican who is going to continue. And a little bit of a false start there. Virat Kohli not happy. Might be some adjustments being made by the captain. But I think we all set now. Here comes Warrican. And once more, he's trying to open the face of the bat and plays it well, but he can't beat the gap there. And Atanase is in the covers.
Yeah, looking to play with the tune, that little bit of tune. Just opening the wrist to play with that tune. That's excellent.
Warrican, who produced a peach of a delivery just now and beat everything. This time again, he's pitching up, but Kohli not being overly aggressive. In fact, he's very watchful. Plays it back on the offside for no run. There is a forward short leg. There's a slip as well. Those are the close-in catches, plus that short mid-off. And here's this one right up in the block hole again. Pitching up, asking Kohli to come onto the front foot and maybe drive it. But he almost yorked himself on that occasion as he was coming forward. beautiful day, a lovely day of cricket as well. This one is back to Warwick, and so he's really pitched on a nice length here to Kohli now, and forcing him. He's asking some questions of him, and so far Kohli can't get him away. Wait, the slip goes down. Blackwood, forward short leg there as well. There's a shorter, quicker delivery, and once more Warwick trying to tease Kohli into an error here. He's keeping it tight, which is what I think the captain is asking of him. If you can't get the wicket, don't give away runs. Just pressure. That's why you call it a test match. Test his patience right now. Chanderpaul comes over on the offside now. He's almost like a forward short leg on the offside, and silly point or whatever it may be. But the end of the over, another quick over there from Warwick on a maiden. It remains 2-2-2 for 4 at the end of 63.
Yeah, excellent stuff there from Warwick, and just putting it on a spot and just, continuously putting that ball there, not trying anything too different. He knows he's getting a bit of spin off the wicket now, and he's just putting it in that area. And Virat Kohli is a bit circumspect in this over because of the fact that what happened in the previous over where he spun one past his bat. So he's aware of that now, Virat Kohli, that delivery is going to come sometime. So he's going to be a bit more circumspect in terms of, okay, I'll just play it in the offside, play it back to the bowler, wait for something loose where he can be a bit more aggressive and score. So this is good from the West Indies bowlers and Warwick in particular in keeping things tight. Build the pressure on the batters.
Alzari Joseph is going to pick up the attack. He replaces Roach, and he's on his way to Jadeja, who is getting a delivery in line with the middle and leg stumps, just plays it back along the wicket, and the bowler in his follow through does the fielding, no run. So the West Indies really digging deep here now. India went to lunch at 121 without loss. They went to tea at 182 for 4. So in that 2-hour spell, they lost those 4 wickets. So it became a really tight for them. But now these two are just trying to kind of break those shackles just that little bit, and trying to ensure that they don't get away from them. Can Joseph keep the pressure going? He's on his way, and this time it's driven nicely down to middle, and they want a single. Roach is there. He picked it up cleanly and had the arm cocked. Had they decided to go through with the run, and they decided against it. Jadeja saw the danger and sent him back.
Yeah, but one thing I must say, Jadeja, he would be breathing a sigh of relief in having not have to face Roach, because we saw what Roach had done in the previous over to him. And with Azari Joseph, he's going to pitch it up a little more. He's going to look for a bit more swing, so it'd be easier for Jadeja to play those deliveries now.
Joseph pitching up. This one is driven gloriously through extra cover, and that's going to go very close, if not into the boundary. It does, just ahead of Buffett, and that's 4 good-looking runs to Jadeja. So he pushes on to 17 now, and the score finally goes off that double Nelson of 2-2-2, and the score pushes on nicely. He was driving at it and didn't really get to the pitch of it, but he went through the line and placed it nicely between the gaps and picked up another comfortable single. The duck is back. Let me say good afternoon to you, sir.
Good afternoon, and seems like these two are trying to put a partnership together, and that is what it's all about in any form of cricket.
But
and
more so in Test cricket.
More so in Test cricket, absolutely. And both Jadeja and Kohli at the present time have been putting on runs slowly but surely.
Has Vinod been showing you the sights of the Oval and other parts of Port of Spain?
I have been looking for Vinod since mid-afternoon, and I even asked Colin Murray. I said, "Where is Vinod?" And Colin said, "I have no clue." So Vinod is at large.
Here is another one. They're going for a quick single, but again, Chanderpaul comes across quickly, and the batsman decided. So I thought there that they might have had the single because Chanderpaul had some work to do to get to the ball, but Virat Kohli made the call early and sent him back, which is good when you have both batsmen communicating with each other.
Absolutely, yeah. This partnership, the last wicket fell at 182 for 4. Currently we are at 226 for 4, so they are clearly gaining some momentum.
Joseph will try again. That's a quick delivery, but it was outside the leg stump, but it had some pace on it. But that over comes to an end. The current run rate is 353. It's 226 for 4. Jadeja is 17. Kohli is 44. And after some more comments from you, the mysterious Vinod Mamchan is going to join you.
Yes, this is the third session of the first day of the test match here at the Queen's Park Oval, where India, after being put into bat, are at 226 for 4. 64 overs have been bowled so far. Ravindra C. Anirudh Singh Jadeja, the 35-year-old man from Saurashtra, India, on the western coast of the country, batting on 17, and Virat Kohli batting on 44. As I welcome Vinod Mamchan.
Good afternoon to you, Nilesh, and to all our wonderful listeners. And you can see the West Indies attacking now. I like this. And with work on bowling as well as he is, they're attacking. There's a silly mid-off. There's a shortish mid-off as well in the Cheeson holder. And he's bowling to his field, which is excellent. Just two fielders on the onside, Roach at mid-on and Alzari Joseph there at mid-wicket. Here is another delivery coming up from Jomel Warkan. Here he is, he bowls, and that's the arm ball. Forward is Kohli. The issue that the West Indies have had in the past with India and a number of the test playing countries that they would have played against, they will have a team 7 down and 8 down. Number 9 and number 10 will come and make a century. And every time I see Jadeja and I think about Ashwin, I think he has scored 2 test centuries against the West Indies. This is the issue, closing it off.
But that's been an Achilles heel for a lot of the countries. It's not only unique to the West Indies. India has also gone through it, and many test playing nations do find that after getting 7 or 8 wickets, the tailenders become such a big pain.
Is it Nilesh, a situation of losing focus? Is it a situation where the players become tired?
Sometimes it's a combination of both. It's like a certain element of satisfaction comes in where you get 3-4 wickets in a row, and there may be an element of complacency that might creep in.
Last ball of the over, single to end the over. Jadeja is on 17, Kohli 45. The latest score at the Mecca of Trinidad and Tobago's cricket, the Queen's Park Oval. India 227 for 4.
Yeah, I think I was thinking about the crowd here. It has grown slightly, but not to any significant degree. There's been a cloud cover intermittently, and currently the crowd cover is on, which certainly helps. And I was just outside a little while ago with the breeze blowing. It does feel much better compared to earlier when it was really hot.
Humid. Yeah, it's hot and humid. Trinidad and Tobago not known for its humidity, but these days you never know with the weather pattern. I may get up one morning in Trinidad and Tobago and see snow. I was having a discussion with your nephew, who's a very senior scientist. I remember at your home in Chicago. I'll get back to that. Here is a wayward delivery there by Joseph down the leg side, a big booming bouncer, if you want to call it, to the silver. It remains 227 for 4. And he was telling, his name slips me right now. He was telling me that, and it was good news. He said that countries across the world have done enough. The ozone layer is no longer shrinking, which is good. But what he said, it will take hundreds of years to reach back to where it was. And that stayed with me.
And that's the lesson of the day. If you didn't understand anything about cricket, now you've been provided with a lot of knowledge about the ozone layer.
What's his name again? His name slips me.
Bhavik Bakshi.
Bhavik Bakshi. Here is Kohli driving. Well fielded there at short cover by Atenes. And there is no run. So the West Indies, I want to say they fought back well, given what transpired in the first the first essay?
I think that they have definitely put up a much better fight compared to what happened in Dominica, which was an abject surrender, in my opinion, where India just steamrolled the West Indies in the first test match. But this is certainly competitive test cricket.
Yes, and that is what the West Indies need to do. They can't just show up and beat people. Be competitive. Well played. And, of course, well fielded there by Warwick at point. The Rastafarian Warwick diving to his right and keeps the pressure on. What I want those who are not here to understand, Nilesh, is that Caribbean fans want to come to cricket. They want to see the West Indies do good. This is a good crowd for Test cricket in the Caribbean. They're cheering everything that is remotely good on this West Indies team. And this, I think, should inspire the players.
I think it absolutely should. And the better performances that we see.
Short. Swiveling and pulling well. Chandapal with a brilliant stop down behind square. Listen to the crowd. And he comes back for 2 there, Kohli. This is what? Everything that is positive, they will cheer. You swear, Nilesh, if you're walking outside by St. Clair Medical, you would think a wicket just fell.
Yes. And that was a good save by Chandrapal because he ran to his right and dove to save that definite boundary. After a good shot, a good hook shot from Virat Kohli.
Leaning forward and running in again is Joseph. Here he is. He goes past the umpire now. Bowls short, looking to pull again. That one rushed on to Kohli. He gets one. Is Chandapal with pad zone as well. Is able to save that. So that's one more to the total. It's 230 for 4. And Jadeja 17, Kohli 48. Remember, the Indians were 139 without loss. So the West Indies would have taken from this position, if you want to look back, 4 wickets have fallen for 91 runs.
Yeah, that's a great comeback. As you said, that the second session belonged to the West Indies, the first session belonged to India. And the third one so far, I would say even Stevens.
West Indies looking for that breakthrough. Kohli and Jadeja looking to push in there. Jadeja has been a brilliant servant of Indian cricket. He's a star, and he has really done well for them. I was told that he has a number of restaurants in there, as well as Kohli. I haven't eaten at those as yet. Nilesh promises to take me there. Yes, outside the off, some good line. Allowed to go by. I've eaten at the Ministry of the Crab in Sri Lanka. It's a restaurant that is owned by Mahela Jayawardene and Kumar Sangakkara. They basically took over the old colonial hospital and they turned part of it into the Ministry of the Crab. Have you been to Kohli's restaurant?
No, I have not. But yeah, they do own some restaurants which I have not had an opportunity of going to.
Why would you have that opportunity when you're busy flying halfway across the world to attend a book launch with Sachin Tendulkar?
Yeah, talking about him, I have gone to his restaurant, which used to be open back in the day.
He has
it
a
shut
restaurant
down.
as well.
I was the last customer and they closed it down.
You probably ate all the food, according to Ruskin Mark. Here is Walker. He comes in now and driving uppishly. It's going to go for 4, but I tell you, there was some interest. In fact, it's going to put a lovely bit of effort there. I think they will want to look back at that as the player might have touched the ropes. That's a 50, by the way, for Kohli. He raises his bat. The umpire is going to have a look at that again. Let's see. Definitely 4. As you can see, a good effort though by skipper Brathwaite, but he did touch the rope and he was in contact with the ball. That's 4 runs. 234 for 4. Virat Kohli goes on to 52. What's the meaning of Virat?
You should know. We have spoken about it in the past.
Bat long?
Large
and in charge.
Large and in charge. Magnanimous.
Here's Workan in out him and he pushes it on the offside. So there are 2 very short fielders at 2 short covers. That is for the uppist drive. They've probably seen something with Kohli. Of course, these days, Nilesh, with all the technology available and the analysts They look at everything. They probably even know the type of coffee that he drinks.
Oh, don't
Driving. Well. That's going to go for one. They're going to come back for two. Kohli wants three. He's not going to get it. And look at Kohli's sprint. He's sprinting like Usain Bolt. And he's been in the heat for quite a while.
Yeah, that tells you about their fitness and their physique and all the time they put in the gym. To be able to play in this heat for hours together, that's a true testament to their physical ability, isn't it?
There's work on. It's looping. That's a good delivery. Nice looping delivery. He's looking to see if he can get that, repeat that beauty of a delivery that he bowled to Rohit Sharma. One that didn't turn much, but it straightened. It drifted in the air, and on pitching it just straightened. And Rohit Sharma was playing for third. This is squeezed away down to mid-on where Roach is there, and there is no run. The score remains 236 for 4, 54 to Kohli. Jadeja is on 17. His work on getting through his overs very quickly. Comes in again, and Kohli's on the front foot. He's looking very assured, isn't he? End of the over. The end of it, 236 for 4 after 67. More thoughts from Dr. Nilesh Mehta.
Yeah, I think we've been seeing the fast bowlers perform well. We've seen Warrican bowl well from the commentary end, and a mixture of good spin bowling, good fast bowling. But I'm also curious to see when West Indies come to bat, to see Mukesh Kumar, who is going to be making his test debut since Shardul Thakur has been sidelined with a niggle, as to what kind of pace he's going to generate on this wicket when the West Indies bat. Mukesh, of course, is a right-arm pacer who plays for...
Any relation to Kishore Kumar?
I would have to ask Mukesh if he's anyway related, but he has represented Bengal in domestic cricket, and Kishore Kumar, the famous singer, also was Bengali.
Right. So we could be onto something.
So we could be onto some story here. Mukesh Kumar has been a very prolific performer in the Indian domestic circuit and a genuine match winner with the ball as well. And he has clicked more than 140 Ks on a consistent basis. So somewhere to watch out for, Mukesh Kumar.
Definitely reminds us of our very own Ruskin Mark. Did Ruskin tell you that he did dismiss Majid Khan right here at the Queen's Park Oval?
Yeah. And which Majid Khan was that?
The Pakistani batsman.
The real Majid Khan?
The real Majid Khan. Of course, Ruskin would have played for Trinidad and Tobago. Forced away down to third man. That is going to kiss the ropes now. And that's 4. A bit too short there from Alzari Joseph. The score goes on now to 240 for 4. 21 to Ravindra Jadeja, and Kohli is on 54.
Yes, so this pair is gaining more and more momentum. Ravindra Jadeja, of course, the West Indies fans and the Indian fans know what a prolific scorer he is. He has scored a triple hundred as well in back home in India for first-class cricket, and of course a genuine all-rounder. Left-handed batsman, left-handed bowler, bowls stump to stump. Nothing uncomplicated about his bowling. And his batting, you saw his heroics in the IPL. The finals, last 2 deliveries, he smacked for a 4 and a 6. And the Chennai Super Kings lifted the trophy. So Ravindra Jadeja is in the mix, in the midst of all kinds of news. The rock star, as Shane Warne used to call him,
Yeah, I think he is a definite rock star. He's a wonderful human being as well. Yeah, it's a delivery that's short. He's pulling. And it goes down to Workan that has a hairstyle that reminds me of Ruskin Mark. He returns, and that's just 1. The score is 241 for 4.
Jadeja is on 22, then Kohli batting on 54. And I think Virat Kohli is onto something here, because the way he's been batting and one or two shots that I have seen so far tells me that he's here to stay. And unlike last time when I was on air with Sunil Ramdin, that commentator's curse came into play, and India lost wickets in a hurry. But Virat Kohli, of course, who scored 76 in the first Test match in Dominica, and of course India batted only once, so
it's going to go round the wicket to him now, Alzarri Joseph, and very interesting indeed. There is a leg gully in position, so he's going to look to pepper him. Here he is, round the wicket, up to Kohli now, and it's a short. Kohli's pulling away from that leg gully, and long leg comes into play now, just one. So Kohli's up for the fight. He's going to take the fight to Alzarri Joseph.
yes, indeed. And other than the fielder that you mentioned, there is a square leg, and there were two fielders one on the boundary in deep fine leg and deep square leg as well. So the short ball is definitely a definite plan that Joseph has at the moment for the right-handed Virat Kohli. And now the left-handed Ravindra Jadeja comes in, and he has a leg gully as well, deep fine leg, and a short mid-wicket and a man on the deep square leg mid-wicket boundary. So
it's a situation where you have two fine legs and a deep gully. Here is Joseph. He's up and bowls at that had some pace on it. You want to see that, Nilesh, through to the silver.
yes, I've been saying all morning, where have the bouncers disappeared? And that is, we need to challenge these batters. You give them something, give them something that you have a chance to get a wicket.
Back in the day, Nilesh, when you were in India, you would have aligned West Indies cricket to aggression. Am I right?
Absolutely. I mean, you hear names
which
of...
area you came from? Bihar? Was it Bihar?
I came from Gujarat.
Gujarat. So you would have seen West Indies back then.
Absolutely, I did. I grew up watching the West Indies stalwarts. Marshall, Roberts, Holding, Garner.
Oh, that's good. That's good. That has gotten the crowd alive here. Short. I could have given the rock star shave through to the silver.
Joseph is on fire, and Ravindra Jadeja is calm, cool and collected, letting both the bouncers pass by.
We've seen four bouncers today, all from Joseph, but this is what you wanted to see in the first session.
Correct. And if the bouncers are better directed, this was drifting away from the left-hander, but coming into him where it is right on the body, where you cannot avoid it, that kind of bouncer will rattle many a batsman.
He is now running up. Passes the umpire now. Joseph, he bowls another short delivery, not really coming up. The pitch not responding to him on that occasion. It's the end of the over. At the end of it, India 242 for 4, 55 to Kohli, and the rock star Jadeja is on 22.
Yeah, good to see Joseph showing a lot of aggression in that over from the Joey Carew members balcony end, and three bouncers in that particular over that we saw, that Ravindra Jadeja carefully left them away and let them go to the wicket keeper. And this is a time when both Virat Kohli and Ravindra Jadeja are having a mid-pitch talk, and Virat Kohli was almost talking to Jadeja, how about playing a shot that is over the third man area, but I think caution will be exercised by both these batters at the moment, as India 242 for 4 in the third session here on day one of the second test match here at the Queen's Park Oval, as Warrican begins from the commentator's end, left arm around the wicket,
pushing forward.
Go in, Warren.
So Warrican, he's again. He said now to Kohli. Kohli, that's short. He goes on to the back foot, looking at it very, very closely, which is always the hallmark of a good player. Looking at that ball right onto the bat. 242 for 4. The West Indies will be looking for a breakthrough here. Here's Warrican. He's bowled well today. He comes in on bowls. Forward is Kohli again. 242 for 4, 55 to Kohli. If the West Indies removes Kohli here, they'll be very, very happy indeed. Let's work on again. The arm ball played away down to Roach. Don't be surprised that Kemar Roach comes a calling pretty soon. Here is Jomel Warrican. Oh, that's well bowled. Giving that some lovely flight loop. Kohli's equal to the task.
Oh, yes.
That's a beautiful delivery again. So end of the over. The end of it, the latest score 242 for 4. Kohli's on 55, Jadeja 22. I want to take you back a bit, Doc. Rumor has it that, firstly, I want to congratulate you on your 45th, was it, anniversary recently? You celebrated, or was it 40?
40th.
40th. I want to congratulate you, and I want to buy a trophy for your wife. But having said that, is it true that on your very first date, the West Indies were playing in the 1983 finals, and you had your wife-to-be listen to every ball? Is that true, Doc?
Yeah, I had to give her a ride back to her home, and I was riding the two-wheeler, the scooter, but I could not miss the 83 finals, which gave birth, in my opinion, to Indian cricket,
yes,
honestly. And I was riding the scooter and my wife Smita behind me, and I told her to hold the transistor radio by my ear. So unless and until she did that, the accelerator and the scooter wouldn't go forward. So I heard of the commentary, and we reached the destination.
Short delivery, cut, and just falling short of short leg. I think forward short leg is a bit too far. It's actually, I will want to say, a short backward square.
Forward short leg should come a little forward.
Yeah, he's not forward.
Yeah.
He's backward.
Well, he's not backward. He's very forward, but his position needs to be forward.
But it's a good spell. This is what you want to see. This is West Indies cricket. 242 for 4. Joseph in the midst of a brilliant spell here, and Jadeja has withstood him brilliantly. Here is Joseph. He comes in again, goes past the umpire and all bowls, and again short is pulling and not really getting hold of it. So there's an obvious plan here. He gets a single down to long leg, and that takes the score along now to 243 for 4. And your wife must be a lovely lady indeed to hold that radio, and now you are commentating someone's wife-to-be is holding a transistor radio in India right now on All India Radio.
Well, I think the radio broadcast brings out so much more. When I grew up listening to the great Tony Cozier, John Arlott, Alan McGilvray, Brian Johnston, Anand Sethalwad from India, Suresh Saraiya, all these great commentators, and there's always something about radio commentary.
You would have heard Ravi Chaturvedi.
Ravi Chaturvedi was in Hindi.
A legend.
Legend.
Ravi Chaturvedi. He, of course, was a part of our panel here a couple seasons ago. Very dear friend of mine. Here is Joseph around the wicket. He's pulling and pulling well. Protection down there in the form of Blackwood down behind square, and Kohli gets one. 244 for 4. And Dr. Chaturvedi was here with us on commentary. He, of course, did Indian commentary on that Indian tour for us, Cricket 360. And Anthony Hollis Gray was part of that commentary panel. And Dr. Chaturvedi was going along well for the first 2 days. On the third day, he said that Anthony Hollis Gray was the best ever looking cricketer he had seen. And Gray, of course, took that to the bank. I informed Gray on day number 4 that Dr. Chaturvedi is a zoology professor. It's a short and the true to the silver. So we've seen some action here from Alzari Joseph. 244 for 4.
Just reminds me of Colin Murray describing you as handsome as Rohit Sharma.
Colin Murray, his stint, I believe, is next. He's coming very, very slowly. But give the guy credit. He has determination. He has determination. He will reach here. Hopefully he reaches before play starts tomorrow morning. It's 244 for 4. His very good friend Ruskin Mark is having a good laugh at him today. And here is Alzari Joseph. He bends and leans forward. He is waking up the Queen's Park Oval. This time it's short and not getting up. Jadeja was jumping, and luckily for him, he kept it away from his stump. 244 for 4.
I think India's plan would be to not lose any more wicket today and continue. That ball was a well-directed ball. As Vinod said, it really did not bounce too high and did surprise Ravindra Jadeja as he was trying to negotiate on the onside. Luckily for him, it didn't really get any edge or get up in the air for that forward short leg position.
Here he is again. He comes in now and bowls a delivery that's short, pulled away. There is protection down there, but he would not get it. And that's into the boundary for 4. A bit too short on that occasion, probably overdoing the short stuff a bit. One would have thought by now Alzari would have pitched one up because he had him on the back foot all the time. But he's giving him a diet of this short bowling. The player seems to be down, and Sinclair seems to be injured down there. They're going to have a look at him in the interim and see what's happening. It's the end of the over, the end of it. Our spell has come to an end. I think up next we have, Colin Murray is trying to come across his very good friend Ruskin Mark, who he says moves very slow. But I don't think he moves slower than him. He's going to come into the chair to close off proceedings this evening.
Well, as you can see, the players are on a little bit of a refreshment break, but a splendid innings from Virat Kohli, 56 not out from 110 deliveries. And, of course, Jadeja, not to be outdone, he is still doing his own. He is on 27 from 51 deliveries. So it is a pretty good partnership by these two. Another half-century partnership, I have to add. And Virat Kohli, 6 fours in his 50 in his half century, and under normal circumstances you'd probably see him getting a lot more boundaries in a half century, but this was patient, and this one more than anything else was about occupying the crease and ensuring that the West Indies didn't sort of run away with the game, especially after their brilliant middle session. But now in the third session, the Indians are trying to reassert themselves in this game.
Yeah, definitely they are, and we mentioned before after the tea break is a partnership that was required after losing those 4 wickets in the second session, and that did happen, as you rightly mentioned. 66-run partnership between Virat Kohli and Ravindra Jadeja, and it has repaired the work to a certain extent, 248 for 4. But it's not the typical innings you would see from Virat Kohli. 56 from 110 deliveries. But the point is, he stood there. He knew wickets were falling around him while he was there, but he stood there, he batted. There was a point where the bowlers were on top of the game. he ride that wave really nicely. And now he's able to really capitalize and, really express himself a bit, as we saw with a couple of short deliveries. And also we saw of late, Zari Joseph with that little short ball attacked. But he got inside the line nicely and played them well. So it is now for the West Indies to reassess. How are we going to bolt him? Where are we going to bolt him? How are we going to keep him quiet in this final session here?
So I think Colin Murray has finally made it around the oval, and I don't want to see he was running around the oval, but he made it around the oval.
Yes, he did. So I'll pose that question to him instead and see what his response, if he's not out of breath. So we're getting ready to start to resume here at the Queen's Park Oval, the second test match. Warrican, he's about to take up the attack from the media center end. Remember, we just had a little injury there to Sinclair, but he's all fine and well now. And Virat Kohli, we were just mentioning about the way he approached his inning as it's work.
So here is Warrican with the first delivery of that little break, and Kohli is long forward. He's been so patient. It's unbelievable how patient he's been. 56 at the moment, and I think it's 110 balls he's faced.
Correct.
So it's really a super knock from him. You could see the intention, Ronnie. He is looking to get 100. There's no doubt about it, and a big one at that. Here's Warrican. Kohli's forward. He's thinking of the single. Jadeja wasn't interested because Chanda Paul moves swiftly to his left at a short extra cover to do the fielding. So the score remains on 248 for 4. This has been a really wonderful partnership between these two, as Warrican is into Kohli, and this time he turns this fine. There's nobody at that fine leg position. They've gone for one. They were thinking of the second, but Blackwood, he's quick over the ground, and he covered that as if it was a 100-meter sprint. And Kohli realized the danger. He decided against going back for the second run. So Kohli goes to 57. 249 for 4 brings Jadeja into strike. What I'm intrigued. What question you have for me? Well, I wasn't listening to you and Ruskin. Not that I don't listen to you all. Not that I don't listen to you all. You know, I don't want you to take it. I don't want you to take it the wrong way. But just on that occasion, I didn't hear
for everyone to hear. You know, not just us.
Yeah, well, I didn't. I do apologize for that. But here's Warwick, and he's come over the wicket to the left-handed Jadeja, and he's in defense, getting right back. He's been also very subdued, hasn't he, Jadeja? This has been a really, Ronnie, this is what you call test match batting. Here is Warrican into Jadeja. They're not hustling. They're taking their time. They're rebuilding the innings. They're playing every ball on its merit. It's the end of the over from Warrican, as that final delivery was just played out on the onside, and there is no run. Score remains 249 for 4. 71 overs have been bowled. Can I pose a question to you? After when the new ball is due, would you take it?
Yeah, definitely I would take it, because you have one spinner in your arsenal at the moment. And yes, he's bowling really well. He's keeping things nice and tidy. But you have 4 fast bowlers. You have the likes of Shannon Gabriel, Azari Joseph, Holder, and Roach. Why wouldn't you take the new ball when it's due? And allow the 4 of them. And you don't want them to bowl long spells. Give them about 5 overs, 5-over spell. But I want you to run in as hard as you can with that new ball and give me something special. If you could dry up the runs, fine. If you give me wickets, perfect.
Well, we're going to go beyond the 5 o'clock because it's only 71 overs bowled. Yeah. So we're obviously going to go well beyond the 5 o'clock. I think the cutoff time is 5:30. But here's Holder with a new over to Kohli and a delivery just on the off stump, and he's pushing it out towards. This is Alzari Joseph. He's a tall man, just like Holder, but I should have known as that ball hit the pitch a little bit quicker than Holder would be. And But maybe I'm just thinking, well, why isn't it Holder? Because I would be resting Alzari Joseph now with a intention of when he gets that new ball to take it and let Alzari Joseph be fresh and run in with all he's got. And if they can get that new ball before the end of the day's play, that would be great. Give them a couple overs this evening. Here is Joseph into Kohli and a short delivery, and he was getting right up on his toes and pulling it out to the deep mid wicket. They go for one and they get 2 runs comfortably in the end. So 2 more to the total. That goes to 251 now. So the 250 is up. It's 251 for 4. Kohli is on to 59. Yeah, and it's almost a situation, Ronnie, where they'll get 2 bites of the cherry. If they can take that new ball this afternoon, get a few overs in at these 2 batsmen if they're still there when it's due, and then you come back in the morning again. But I would have kept Joseph. I would have kept him out of the attack for a little while, and that when the new ball can be taken, he'd be fresh. He's bowling around the wicket to the right-handed Kohli, and Kohli is just tucking this one off the pads, but hitting it straight to Chanderpaul. Very interesting feel, because there's a short fine leg, and I would say that is even in a catching position, because he's pretty he's pretty close at fine leg. If that ball is turned either side of him, it's going to run away to the boundary. Then they've got a short forward square leg, a deep backward square leg right out on the fence, and then they've got a wideish, a mid-wicket, not even a wide mid-on. So there's nobody at the orthodox mid-on position. So it tells me that Joseph is not going to pitch up this delivery at all. And there's a shot, and Kohli pulls it. There's a man down at fine leg, but he can't get around. That's Gabriel, who's right out on the fine leg position. He can't get around and goes into the fence. So the ploy, obviously, is to bowl short at Kohli, tempt him into the hook. He went for that one, didn't control it all that well, but he was still able to get it fine, and it's gone to the boundary for 4. So the plan is obvious, Ronnie. Bowl Kohli short, let him go for the hook. You've got a deep square leg, you've got a fine leg. Hopefully, if he sort of gets a top edge, who knows?
Well, you have a short square leg as well.
Yeah.
As a short
and a forward square leg,
yeah. Just for that same shot that you were mentioning.
Yeah.
It shows that of the last half an hour or so, you see that short ball ploy being employed by the West Indies against Virat Kohli in particular.
255 for 4. Kohli is on 63. Here's Joseph into Kohli, and he works this one off the pads down to the deep square leg position. They've gone for 1. They're going to come back for the second, and they get it comfortably in the end. Good running by these 2, and so the total goes up now to 257 for 4. And Andy Roberts was a master at this. What he would have done was to vary his pace. So he would run up and give you the short one, and Kohli, well, not Kohli, but whoever it was, would play the hook shot. He runs up, same action, a little bit quicker, and by the time you realize it, it's on top of you, and the ball goes straight up. And that's what Alzari Joseph has to do. He's got to vary his pace with that short delivery that he's bowling. I like the ploy, but he's got to vary his pace. Here's Joseph, round the wicket. On his way to bowl to Kohli, another one short, and he opens the face, guides this one down to third man. He's hustling for the first. Blackwood comes around. He's got to hurry. He dives and gets in. Well, he picked the wrong man there, because Blackwood is quick across the ground, and he was opening the face. He guided it towards the third man position. I would say maybe about 10 meters, 5 to 10 meters away from Blackwood. He was onto that ball in a flash. By the time Kohli ground, he turned. He was always looking for second. He turned for the second. He started to go for it. By the time he realized the ball was in Blackwood's hand, had it been a good return, he could have been on his way, because he was diving to get in at the end. 67 to Kohli. It's 259 for 4 at the end of the over.
Yeah, definitely, but it shows good running. And the previous ball, when it was hit onto the onside, we saw Kohli quickly in and out at the non-striker's end, because he wanted to put pressure on the fielder, realizing it was Shannon Gabriel down there. This was the previous ball.
Yeah, he was diving, getting in, Ronnie. So I think he's asking for some treatment now. I'm not too sure what has happened, but he was diving to get in. Could have damaged his finger, the forearm. I'm not too sure exactly, but he is getting some treatment now.
Yeah, he called immediately actually. As soon as he got up, he called immediately for the physio or someone to have a look at it. So he was definitely uncomfortable. But just getting back to that point where he saw the previous ball, it was Shannon Gabriel at fine leg, and he quickly was in and out. This one was the opportunity for the run out with Blackwood. And you're right. He didn't realize it was Blackwood at that third man boundary. And Blackwood was quicker to the ball than he expected. And
He turned blind, didn't he?
Yeah.
Because from the time he played, you could hear the call, two.
Right.
So he ran quickly, he turned, and he was too much already in his stride to say no. So he had to continue. But a brilliant bit of feeling by Blackwood. He's really fast across the ground. My only complaint with that is it wasn't over the stumps.
Correct, yeah. It wasn't a good enough throw to cause problem to Kohli. He was easily in the end. But he, as you rightly said, he's in a bit of discomfort there. And it's that right hand that you can see getting some treatment on it. If it's a finger, if it's a hand, whatever it is. But he is in some discomfort. And we can only hope that it's nothing serious to cause him any problems from really batting. But because he's really putting on a good show here, not just for the crowd, but for everyone who's watching and listening all around. So he will want him to continue. But if that hand could cause a problem for him, West Indies wouldn't mind. Just put it that's the other side of the coin.
Ronnie, you're hoping for some sort of injury to Kohli to assist the West Indies bowlers.
Well, we have to
is that what am I hearing you right?
We have to look at the other side of it. They wouldn't mind, because if he's not comfortable, then it might give them an opportunity to get him out.
I tell you what, Kohli is not. If it's one man, is not going to give away his wicket here this evening. Is Kohli? We've got just about, I would say, I'm looking at the oval clock there. It's saying just about 7 minutes to 5. So play is supposed to end at 5 o'clock on the dot. But I would expect that there's going to be, we're going to go over the time. Maybe they'll go until 5:30. Once it stays like this. Here's Warrican with the start of a new over. Jadeja is pushing it out towards mid-on. Holder is at mid-wicket. He can't get across in time, and it goes all the way down to Gabriel, and they pick up a single. Yeah, the weather has been really good, and it stays bright at this time of the year until maybe 6:30 or so. So I think we're going to just go a little bit over time until about 5:30. But it's certainly not going to worry Jadeja and Kohli, because these two, they're set that they look as they're so well set that they look as if they're going to bat through the rest of the afternoon, as that delivery from Warrican is give him a little bit of air, and Kohli on the front foot. There's a short mid-off in a catching position, and we see Chanderpaul is now going to a silly point. So they're putting Kohli under some pressure. I don't think that's going to worry him too much. But it's been a really, and I want you in a minute, Ronnie, to talk about these two guys in partnership, Kohli and Jadeja, as this delivery quicker, and Kohli is on the front foot pushing it out to Chanderpaul at that silly point position, and there's no run. These two have always been known as attacking batsmen, going over the top and things like that. Here's Warrican into Kohli. Oh, and that delivery, a little bit more bounce, and came off the top of the bat and eluded Chanderpaul at silly point. It went towards where maybe it could have been a little bit squarer, and but he was not, and the ball goes out to backward point. Here is Warrican into Kohli, and a delivery quicker, angled into the right-hander, and he's pushing it out towards that short mid-off position. And I think it's kudos to these two, because they've played disciplined innings as Warrican into Kohli, and he's again on the front foot. It's the end of the over from Warrican. Pretty good over, just one run coming from it. He's completed Warrican at the end of this over. Let's see, he's got 1 for 40 from his 20 overs, which is pretty good. And you look at some of those bowling figures: Roach 1 for 64, Joseph yet to get a wicket, none for 72, Gabriel 1 for 50, Warrican 1 for 40, and Holder 1 for 30. So everybody's picked up a 1 wicket except Alzari Joseph, and you have to say, well, that's a little bit surprising, because Joseph has been among the wickets over the last couple of years. He's really improved as a fast bowler. But we see, is it going to be Athanaze? He's going to have his first bowl for the afternoon. Athanase? Athanase, not Athanase. Athanase.
Correct.
Okay, I'm happy to get that correction, Ronnie. I'm so happy. I know you were part of his christening. So you were there. So I take it. Athanase. Let me hear it again.
It's Athanase.
Athanase,
the first
okay.
test, they made that correction. So
Athanase,
apparently
not Athanase.
Yeah, so
Yeah,
everybody was
I
calling
look at it as Athanase.
Right, so everybody used to say, would say Athanase.
Right.
But apparently when they were in Dominica,
Yeah.
and for the first test,
Yeah.
someone made the correction. I don't know if it's his family or people around, made the correction and said it's Athanase, not
Okay.
Nase.
Well, don't forget with me, I'm Murray. Okay? Very important.
Okay,
And,
call Murray.
so this is Athanase. Athanase. I prefer Athanase, but anyway, we'll go with Athanase. So he's going to have his first bowl for the game, and remember, he picked up a wicket in the previous test. So let's have a look at him. He's going to come around the wicket, and the first delivery to Jadeja. Jadeja has really surprised me because he's batted with a discipline that I don't associate his batting with. As this time he's driving, he's a good player, no doubt. They hustled through for a single, and there was a chance for Warwick, and he slipped as he was about to pick up that ball. I thought it was a little bit of a risky single, as he was pushing it just to the left of Warwick, and who is in fact left-handed, and they went for the single. But I thought he slipped just at the wrong time. Here's Athanase into Kohli, whips this one off the pads down to the deep mid-wicket, and they're going to pick up an easy single. So one more to the total. It's now 262 for 4. Kohli's on to 68.
Yeah, excellent. And you were talking about the partnership, 79 from 137 deliveries. Contribution from Jadeja, 29. And what a contribution that is.
This is Jadeja pushing this one out to cover.
And Virat Kohli, 49 from 52. But the thing about this partnership is the positivity, the running between the wickets. It shows that they are willing to build a partnership, score runs.
Here's delivery pushed out. They go through for a quick single. They'll have to hurry. And really and truly, Alzari Joseph was taking a little bit of a snooze out at mid-on because Jadeja pushed that delivery with some firmness out to him. He took off immediately for the single, but I thought Alzari Joseph never really attacked the ball until late, and by the time he did, sent the return in. Jadeja was home, 263 for 4. Delivery that Kohli turns to backward square leg. It seems very easy now for these two as they get a single to end the over. Kohli is on what? He's on to 69 now. Jadeja is on 30. It's 264 for 4. 74 overs have been completed.
Well, that's the third time in the match that Zari Joseph have been caught napping at that middle-off position. And all three to Jadeja.
Yeah.
Just pushing the same man running.
But he's a good runner. I think he's a good judge of a single. And,
correct.
you know, he tends to play the deliveries with the intention looking for the single. In other words, he sees the guy at mid-off, maybe halfway back. He doesn't hit it, with any sort of force to them. He more or less pushes it. And that one, he just pushed it, realized that Alzari Joseph was not coming in quickly, and immediately called for the single. And Kohli is also a very good runner. He responded. But Warrican is going to start a new over, and we have an interesting ploy here. We're going to, just after this delivery from Warrican into Kohli, and Kohli is driving out towards long off, and they get an easy single. There's now no silly point and no shortish mid-off. There's a leg gully and a forward short leg, and I'm not sure what Warrican tried, because he floated that ball somewhere on the off stump, and all Kohli did was push it out to long off, and they got a single. I would have thought he would be looking more to attack the pad, middle and leg. If you got a forward short leg and a leg gully, and but we're looking at Warrican into Jadeja, and Jadeja just works this ball to the right of the man at the square leg position, and they go through for an easy single. That's Athanase, who is at a more of a backward square leg, and they pushed it towards forward square leg, so it was a comfortable single in the end. Jadeja on to 31. It's 266 for 4. Brings Kohli back into strike. He is on 70 and really batting very well. You can sort of see 100 here written for Kohli, unless he gets a really brilliant delivery or he gives his hand away with a reckless shot. But so far, he's been very composed and very disciplined in his approach. Here he turns this ball backward of square, runs in it for him, because there's no one down at that backward square leg position. There is a Joseph who is at a deep mid wicket, so he had to run about 15-20 meters to his right, but not before Kohli can help himself to 2 more runs. So he's on 72, and they've got to look at this field placing, because if you're gonna have a leg gully and you're gonna have a man at that forward square leg, now he's gone towards more of a backward square leg, so it's interesting. But if you're gonna have that type of field for him, don't forget, all he has to do is turn that ball, get it past those 2 close-in fieldsmen, and he's able to pick up a single. Here's Warrican, bowls it on his pad, and again he turns it backward of square, and they're gonna pick up 2 more runs. So it's a very interesting field, and I think what Warrican has got to do, Ronnie, he's got to get a little closer, maybe onto that middle stump, and either allow Kohli to make room for himself to hit it through the offside, or he can't turn it as easily as he would like.
Yeah, and what Kohli is doing, he's not using his wrist as much for this shot, because he knows the fielder is just behind square.
Well,
so all he has to do is hit it a bit squarer, and it runs.
Yeah, well, what is happening now, they're taking out the leg gully, and they're putting him exactly where that ball has gone, towards a backward square leg. Here's Warrican into Kohli, and he's in defense. Jadeja is thinking of the single, but Kohli is not interested. He's on 74, Jadeja is 31, 270 for 4.
So this is very good from Kohli here. In putting that fielder there, he'll choose to play the ball straighter.
Here's Warrican into Kohli, and he's on the front foot. The ball a little bit more bounce, hitting high up on the bat, and goes out on the offside. There's no run. It's the end of the over from Warrican. He's completed 21 overs now, 1 for 45, and it's 270 for 4.
Yeah, Kohli in that over, really taking advantage of the field placement here. And you saw that the 2 deliveries that he just worked square of the wicket and picked up 2. And then they put that field, as you rightly said, just backward of square, where the square leg umpire would have been more or less. And all he did was hit the ball straighter.
Yeah. Well, it's in Athens. It's going to continue. He's had 1 over so far, and he's had 1 over for 4 runs, and he's back into the attack, and he's going to be bowling to the left-handed Jadeja. It's a quickish delivery outside the line of the off stump. He allows it to go through, to be taken by the keeper. This is over number 76. When you think of it, India, we'll just wait for Athens with another delivery, and Jadeja is pushing it back to the bowler, who just moves to his right, no run. And you think India were 139 for without loss, and then they lost that first wicket at 139, and then they suddenly went to 182 for 4. Here is Athens into Jadeja, and he's pushing it out towards point, and they pick up a single. Yeah, so they went from 139 for without loss to 182 for 4, and you felt West Indies were back into the game. But these two now, they have taken it to 271, almost an 89-run partnership. Make that 90, because Kohli is turning this ball down to the deep backward square leg, where Warrican has to run to his left to do the fielding, and they walk the single. So Kohli is on 75, 272 for 4. Athens is going to continue, 1.4 overs, none for 6. Ronnie is deep in thought here as Athens is into Jadeja, and they go through for a single. No, they will not, even though Jadeja was pushing this ball out on the offside towards Brathwaite. Now, you know, in Trinidad, you call them Brathwaite.
Yeah.
Brathwaite. Yeah. But the Barbadians, they say Brathwaite. Is they go through for a single, and they get it. Well, that was a little bit chancy, because it was played to the right of Kemar Roach, and immediately though Jadeja called for the single, Roach was diving to his right, trying to gather the ball. Would have been interesting had he got it. if they were able to go for that single, but they eventually got it. There is Roach. Had he picked it up, could have been a little bit of problems for Jadeja, but again, they judge these singles so very well. So one more to end the over. It's now 273 for 4. 76 overs have been bowled. Warrican is going to continue. He is 1 for 46 off of what? 20 overs so far.
21.
21 is it? Yes, 21 overs so far. So it's a good day Test cricket, Ronnie?
Yeah, excellent Test cricket, and this is what you want to see. One team dominating one session, the other team puts up a fight, dominates the second session.
And then the team comes back in the final session as they pick up a single as Warrican starts his 22nd over. And there was Jadeja pushing it out towards mid-wicket, and they immediately went through for the single. He goes to 34, 274 now for 4.
Yeah, you had mentioned earlier about West Indies finally winning a session in the series. Well, that's all it's going to be at the moment.
I spoke too quickly. Are you trying to say that? Here's Warrican into Kohli, and Kohli's on the front foot, pushes it out on the onside. There is no run. 274 for 4. The score remains. Are you trying to say I talked a little too quickly? What are you trying to imply? Listen to me, Ronnie. There's one thing I never learned at school was sign language. You know.
Yes,
here is a delivery that is pushed forward by Kohli as delivery, maybe pitching on middle and leg, and there is no run. Chandapal is at that forward short leg position. He did the fielding. Score remains on 274 for 4. Here is Warrican into Kohli, and he's on that front foot, just pushing it out, but can't beat. Is it that Mackenzie? Is it? At that cover position, had to move quickly to his right as Warrican is into Kohli. Turns this one. He's going to pick up a single because he turns it to the left of Blackwood, who's at a short backward square leg position, and they go through for a comfortable single. 76 Kohli, 275 for 4. I would think now they're just the West Indies are trying to get through the overs quickly to take the new ball before the end of they play today.
And they would want to have a little shot with the new ball, at least a couple of overs.
As Warrican gives this one some air, and Jadeja drives, but straight back up the track. It's the end of the over. It's 275 for 4. Kohli is on 76. 34 to Jadeja. It's 77 overs have been bowled. And I'm not sure. What was that, all that happening in the box? I'm not sure if it was a new soca dance or what, but there was a lot of movement in the commentary box, Ronnie. I don't know if you picked up anything.
This is Ruskin Mark, so we never know what is happening.
Well, you never know what happened. When he was bowling, you never knew what was happening. When he was batting, you never knew what was happening. So God help us in the commentary box. I mean, you never know where he was going to pitch the ball when he was bowling, and God help us now in the commentary box. We're not sure what he's saying, if he's saying anything at all. Here is Athanase is going to continue, and he's bowling round the wicket to Kohli, and Kohli turns this delivery out to the deep backward square where Warrican is doing the fielding, and they amble through for the single. 276 now for 4 as the left-handed Jadeja comes into strike.
So this would be an excellent session again for India in terms of not losing a wicket.
Here is their delivery that is pitched up to him, given a little bit of air, and he drives out towards the long off position. It seems to be Holder, is it? Yes, the tall figure of Jason Holder is out there at long off, and they get another single. So it's all too easy at the moment for the Indians. 277 for 4. Kohli faces up another ball, and he drives down to long on, and again they amble through for the single, and Holder says to Jadeja, you can't just amble, so he throws it up to the wicket keeper's end or the striker's end, and all of a sudden Jadeja had to throw in a second gear and get home comfortably. 278 for 4. Kohli is on 78. Jadeja, he is on 35, faces up to another delivery that he's back, and he cuts, but straight to Warrican, who is at that backward point. There's a slip in Blackwood as Athanase is going to complete his over, and Jadeja is pushing it out towards extra cover. Well, one more delivery. I thought that was the final delivery of the over, but he has one more left. And it's Athanaz. Ooh, I got to get accustomed to this. Listen, at the end of the day, I'm not in Dominica. I'm in Trinidad. If I want to call him Athanaz, is that wrong, Ronnie?
It's not wrong. It's a free country. You can say what you want. But
I love it. I love it. Athanaz. We'll go with Athanaz. I don't want to disrespect the man. It's Athanaz. It's Athanaz. So I just got to get used to that, you know. It's the end of the over from Athanaz, and it's 278 for 4. 78 is Kohli, 35 Jadeja. Is Ruskin Mark waiting to come in? Is he replacing me, Ronnie?
Well, he's standing right behind you.
So doesn't mean I have to leave?
Well, it's up to you.
No, Ronnie.
We cannot tell you have to leave.
Listen,
we
Ronnie.
force you to leave.
Listen, Ronnie. Ruskin Mark, he gets very irritable after a while. You understand? And I don't want anybody irritable having to go home. You can never tell what could happen. He might get, you have road rage and all sorts of things when he starts to drive.
He will take it out on you because you're the one who have him waiting.
Ronnie, I'm going. It's 278 for 4. Jadeja is 35. Kohli is on 78. Warrican is going to continue, and let's just have a look at his first delivery of his 23rd over. 278 for 4. Here is Kohli. There's a forward short leg. There's a slip, point, cover, short mid off, a long off, an extra cover, a mid on, and a mid wicket, and a forward short leg. Here's Warrican into the right-handed Kohli. He's forward in defense. The ball goes right back up along the pitch. So, Ronnie, I'm going to allow Ruskin Mark to join you.
Yes, thank you very much, Colin. And yes, it's Warrican. He is going to continue. And he's into a very good spell here. 22 overs, 148. This one is just a bit shorter. Kohli's on the back foot and just punching that one straight to Roach, who is at mid-on, and there's no run. So he's really into an excellent spell here, Warrican, and he hasn't gone for much runs, and that's good. But he needs someone to help him at the other end. In terms of keeping the wrong runs down. As Warrican again, this one pitched up there by Warrican. Kohli well forward, pushing that one to the fielder at point, and there's no more runs. As I welcome Ruskin Mark.
Thank you very much, Ronnie, and a brilliant partnership this is, and it's threatening to undo all the good work that the West Indies have done, and that's because this man is in pristine form at the moment, and certainly looks the part, and he goes racing along now up to 82. That's Virat Kohli, a brilliant extra cover drive, and that's 4 more.
Yeah, and that's exactly what he's doing. He's waiting on the ball that he knows he can hit, and it brings up the 100-run partnership as well between Jadeja and Kohli. So it shows that he's waiting on the delivery that he knows he can pounce on. He knows he can score up. He knows he can put it to the boundary, and that's excellent. That shows the form he's in. That shows that he's really in for the long haul here in this test match.
He has contributed 64, 35 of that 100-run partnership to Jadeja, and these two have really batted well. The left-hand, right-hand combination, they're very experienced. They both have been playing for India for some time now, so they would have had prior partnerships together, so they have a good understanding, and it really came to the fore here all the while. Another delivery, turn, a little bit of turn there, but started way outside the off stump and played out into the offside. That completes another over. 79 completed now, 282 for 4 India.
Yeah, it is exactly what India needed coming out of that tea break after losing that wicket just on the cusp of tea. And they would have wanted to really...
That was Rahane.
Rahane, exactly. Yeah. And that ball just before tea of the bowler of Shannon Gabriel. And they would have wanted to really hold things together, not allow the West Indies to dominate as they did in that second session. And they did that expertly in terms of they didn't look to score too aggressively right out of tee.
And they certainly did that, and they're continuing here now, looking to shut the door maybe. Has a beauty from Atanaz as he plays this one. He pushes this one through outside the off stump, and Jadeja was groping at it and missed it completely. A little bit of turn there, not significant turn, but enough to beat the outside edge. Nice take from De Silva. He waits now as another good delivery on spot, but very watchful is Jadeja. So Alec Atanaz, and you know that it's almost like he has a change of name in in mid-career. And you know where that happened to? That happened in tennis. And who was it? By all the years they were calling her one thing, and then she finally informed the commentators that no, this is the proper pronunciation. Short, punched away, down, squared the wicket on the offside. There's cover out there. They're going to get an easy single. And it looks like Reefer is on the field, helping out. And another comfortable single.
Well, it also happened to a Pakistani, remember Yusuf Yohana. And he changed his name mid-career to Mohammed Yusuf. And, well, that...
But he had a complete change of name, you know.
Yes.
Here's another ball. He played up with one hand this time. Is Virat Kohli trying to turn it on the onside. Seemed to kind of rush him a little bit. And he lost the bottom hand. So he just couldn't finish the shot with the top hand. Kept it down and kept it away from Chanderpaul at mid-wicket. Got another easy single. And it was, tell me if you're familiar with this, Maria Sharapova.
Yeah.
All right, I'll tell you what she says her real pronunciation is. At the end of the over, it is 80 overs completed now, 284 for 4. It means the new ball is available should the captain want to take it.
Haven't seen the third umpire really bring the new ball out. And you could see Jason Holder just doing a bit of shoulder work, warming up his arms a bit. Maybe he will take the new ball, but it's going to be working to continue. So I'm guessing they're not going to take the new ball.
Yep, and the thinking I would imagine is to, since these spinners are going well, and you could get through the overs for the rest of the day quickly. And, so maybe let them chip away maybe another 2, another 3, and see if the run rate stays the way it is. Then you might as well just go through it. Or you could say, look, maybe you give the bowler 6 overs, and see what happens in the last 6. Here is Warrican, and that's a good delivery. Beats him outside the off stump. Again, a similar delivery to the one that got Rohit Sharma. It pitched and it spun, turned away. When you consider not many have actually done that, and that's big turn there for him. Let's see if he can repeat the dose again. Quicker delivery this time, and nice quick arm action, getting through that delivery quickly and putting it on spot. So Warrican continuing, and this is probably why they've not gone for the new ball, because he's threatening. He's just giving you a hint that he could get a wicket for this time. He's short and trying to flick it. It hit him, and it just didn't go. Sometimes they go anywhere. Next thing you know, it could have rebounded right back to the wicketkeeper. Unfortunately, it went to ground. He was on the back foot trying to turn it on the onside. Here he is this time, coming forward, right out Virat Kohli. Bat and pad close together. Batting with that big MRF bat. And when you consider there were like 3 or 4 players who used those bats, all of them world beaters. Again, it's another one. Brian Lara included, A.B. de Villiers included, and I think Sachin Tendulkar also. So they were like the 4, Steve Waugh, and now you have Virat Kohli carrying on that tradition. All of them world beaters. There's another good delivery. This has been a fine over from Warrican, a maiden. It's 284 for 4 now, 81 completed.
Yeah, and we saw that previously from Warrican again, just beating the outside edge of Virat Kohli. And immediately you could see, not really in a shell, but respecting the deliveries from Warrican and coming forward, just playing it down the wicket, not looking to score or push it into the gap or extravagant drive. So that's the respect you get when you bowl those deliveries. And that's what you want to see more of, especially to Kohli, which would keep him quiet.
And now Craig Brathwaite is, I think he wants to get in on the action now. So the West Indies really going with the spinners here to try to get through as many of these overs as possible as well. And remember, the ICC relaxed the penalty for slow over rate. This time he's pitching up nicely there and just bringing Jadeja onto the front foot. Pushes it out into the offside. So they've kind of relaxed because I think somebody recently and they lost almost the entire match fee in penalties, you know, because it was like slow over it and there was another penalty tacked on to that.
I think it was England.
Yep. Short ball again, but no real pace being provided here by Brathwaite. So the batsman Jadeja has to apply his own power. He mistimed it. From around the wicket comes Brathwaite, throws this one up, and there's a stifled appeal. Not out, says the umpire. But I was telling you about Maria Sharapova. So after all these years and all this Grand Slam that she's played, she told the world that her real pronunciation is Sharapova. And so that just kind of threw everything off, you know. So, but again, people just got so used to calling her by one thing. There's a short ball punched away into the offside and bouncing up onto the body there of Chanderpaul, but can't get it through.
Yeah, India has to be very careful here with the likes of Brathwaite bowling. Now they're going to think, okay, it's time to relax. They have seen off the major bowlers. And that could be problem in the sense that they could play a loose shot and get out. So it has to be, they have to be very careful in the thought process. We are not going to relax here. Yes, it's not the frontline bowlers, but we still have to be wary that it's probably, let's say, 15 minutes or so before the end of the day's play. We want to battle the end. We have to be very careful in terms of the shot selection at this point to the lesser bowlers. I'm not saying he's not a good bowler, but he's not a frontline bowler. And we saw
could easily
earlier,
miscalculate.
correct, where he's tossing a couple of them up just to induce that force shot or push a bit too early. So they have to be very wary and careful of that here.
Well, you look at the wicket. There are some bowler boot marks, but particularly from the southern end, where Alzari Joseph has been operating from that bottom end quite a bit, and maybe that might be a ploy. Try to bowl into the rough. On the back foot goes Virat Kohli for this time, but he's bowling from around the wicket, Warwickon. So it's difficult for him to pitch outside the leg there and get it to turn back. Maybe if he tries from over the wicket and try to spear it in on that rough and see what happens outside Virat Kohli's leg, see how he adjusts to it. This time pitching up, driving, but can't get it past the bowler. But more so when Jadeja is batting, try to pitch into that rough and see how the ball kicks out of there, if at all. With the left-hander. Right now it's the right-handed Kohli. Silly middle, forward short look. They go down and Kohli drives brilliantly into the gap. It's a big chase here for Blackwood. He's quick over the ground and I think they know that, so they just settle for the 2 and not bother to try to squeeze out a third run as the ball went 3/4 of the way to the boundary at the widest long off. And the irony of that is the man at the long off never really moved, Shannon Gabriel. It was only Blackwood running. Pitching up again, and that's a nicely flighted delivery from Warwickon, teasing Virat Kohli there. But he was watchful on that occasion. 286 for 4 it is. What a first day we've had. That's a good arm ball coming back into the right-hander, but Kohli again right out in front, keeping his eyes on it and treating it with the respect it deserves. He waits now as Warwickon decide he's going to come from over the wicket. And let's see if he goes into the rough there. He pitches up and that's driven powerfully. Shannon Gabriel is coming across. He does well. He collapses on it, stops it nicely and gets a deserved round of applause from the spectators here. We haven't spoken much about them, but they've really supported the West Indies, especially in that middle session. It's the end of the over. 86 to Kohli, 36 to Jadeja, 287 for 4 now after 83.
Yeah, you mentioned before Blackwood chased the previous delivery down to the boundary, and Shannon Gabriel didn't bother to move. This time he had to move because there's no one covering.
Nobody to cover.
Nobody to cover him, so he had to go. But he did very well to get across. Went down to the ground, but managed to stop the ball in the end. So that's excellent.
He didn't just stop it; he picked it up cleanly too. He grabbed it as it was threatening to go past him.
Yes, that's excellent from the big man at the end of the day, still being able to contribute in the field.
Now, I'm wondering if they're thinking maybe if they take the new ball, maybe the condition says another one floated up by Craig Bradford, starting a new over from the bottom end or the pavilion end. And I wonder if they figure if they took the new ball, it might encourage the umpires to give them light. So they just continue with the spinners throughout the day, but they haven't. It's like I'm not sure if the umpires already have the new ball, but they never look like they wanted to take the ball. Here's a sweep shot, and it struck the man at Silimidov at forward short leg. There struck him. He was turning, and it might actually be. I don't know if that is Chanderpaul there. Chanderpaul.
Yes, it's Chanderpaul.
It says Chanderpaul, and he was trying to get out of harm's way, but the ball was so well struck. It was a sweep shot from Virat Kohli that struck him somewhere in the midsection, and he's down for the count.
Well,
that's a painful blow.
It is a very painful blow. He's down.
Why do they always put like the youngest player in those positions? He's the least experienced of all the players.
I think it hit him in the hand.
Somewhere he got a hard blow. He was trying to come out of the way, and it struck him and followed him. Yeah.
He tried to turn away, and it did hit him on the left hand as he was trying to turn away. And I mean, any blow, it's a really tough one because Virat Kohli did sweep that one very hard, and it did hit him really hard on the hand. It looks like he's going straight off.
So we're gonna go off and maybe get some more ice on it.
Yeah, some treatment. Yeah, he's walking straight off. Yeah, you can see it's on the hand. I don't know if it's the wrist or the palm.
Might be the back of the hand, yeah, by the wrist region. Then that's always because, remember, it's only bones you have there, not much protection. So any kind of blow that you get there is going to hurt you for a while. And so Craig Bradford might be all apologetic. But because he's just tossing up these lovely lollipops, as Boycott used to say, and and forcing the batsman to have to make a decision. Are you going to defend it or are you going to hit it? Kohli struck that one well, and got a single, but also inflicted some pain in the process.
Chanderpaul is out, and it's Raymond Reefer. He has taken his place on the field as a substitute fielder.
Reefer played in the first test, but has been replaced by Mackenzie, who's on debut. Here again, down the wicket comes Jadeja using his feet. And so again, just that sort of tantalizing flight from Craig Bradford, just trying to force the batsman to do something. No pace on the ball. Just again another little stifled appeal, as he was not he wasn't as flighted as this one, but still slowed through the air and encouraging the batsman getting a good look at it and make a decision. Are you going to hit it or are you going to block it? There he goes again, down the wicket he comes, and again he can't score because he just turned it on the inside, and the batsman decided against trying a single. The end of another over from Craig Bradford. 84 going. It's 288 for 4. And that is the end of play for today. The umpires have decided that at 5:30, that's the cut-off time here. So maybe Bradford was thinking maybe we'll limit the number of overs that we would be in the red. So it's only 6 overs that would have been lost today. But again, a good day. India started well and ended well. The West Indies had that middle session where they picked up those 4 wickets. But at the end of the day, 288 for 4 represents a fine recovery by the Indians after they got rocked in that middle session and slipped from 139 for 1 to get to 182 for 4, and the West Indies threatened to blow the game wide open, but in the end, the experience of Virat Kohli came to the fore, aided and abetted by Jadeja and a century stand at the end of it, and they're now 288 for 4 and very well placed.
Yeah, very well placed indeed. And as you rightly said, winning the session. So we saw the first session of play. India they didn't lose a wicket, but they did lose 4 in that middle session. And then the final session, not losing a wicket again. So it shows that they buckled down, and we mentioned it before, Ruskin, in terms of the way they played the session. They started off slowly, where they were able to just, buy their time, play the dot balls, probably rotate the strike a bit, get some singles. But then when the bowlers started to tire and the batters started to take advantage of the loose deliveries, and then that's when we saw Kohli really started to get into his own, started to hit the boundaries. Then the West Indies, they went to the short ball ploy to Virat Kohli and to Jadeja a bit. But they played it well. They left it well. The ones that was down the leg side, they played it well, hit it down in the ground, and even picked up some boundaries. So they played really well to get to the end of that session. So you have to give the batters full credit. West Indies, they didn't bowl enough good balls in the right areas.
Roach had 1 for 64 at that point, and I think it was only Alzari Joseph who failed to get a wicket, to be in the wickets column. But all the other bowlers, you have to say, including Alzari Joseph, did have some very interesting spells and really gave the batsmen a lot to think about. So it was Kemar Roach, 13 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 64. Alzari Joseph, 15 overs, no maidens, 0 for 72. Shannon Gabriel, 12 overs, no maidens, 1 for 50. Jamal Warrican, who probably would be the pick of the bowlers, 25 overs, 5 maidens, 1 for 55. Jason Holder also bowled well. He is 13 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 30, very economical. Alec Atanaz, 4 overs that cost him 12 runs, no maidens. Craig Braffett bowled 2 overs, 1 of which was a maiden, and just the 1 run so far. So that is the situation, and really a pretty good day, one would have to say. I think the spectators would have been happy. They saw some good stroke play. They saw another brilliant century stand to opening stand by the youngster and the veteran, Rohit Sharma, and of course the youngster Jaiswal, who I think a lot of people came to see in person, and he didn't disappoint again, getting another half century. He got a 57, 80 to Rohit Sharma. Shubman Gill missed out again. He made 10. Virat Kohli again is 87 not out. Ajinkya Rahane bowled brilliantly by Shannon Gabriel for 8. And then, of course, Ravindra Jadeja is not out on 36. So you saw kind of like the good and the bad. The West Indian bowlers didn't bowl as well, but the batters did very well, the 2 openers. Then the West Indies bowlers kind of came into their own, and they stormed back by taking those 4 wickets in the middle session. And then we saw the Indians consolidate and then kind of took the game away from the Windies in that last session.
Yeah, exactly, and that's very well said to sum things up. So at the end of the first day, you would say honours will go to India in terms of that 288 for 4 on the back of another excellent inning from Virat Kohli, as was mentioned before, 87 not out, and the captain himself leading from the front with 80. And that's the bowlers, as you rightly said. I think it been very inconsistent. A lot of balls not in the right areas. They did, Warrican in particular, did give Virat Kohli a lot of problems, beating the edge a couple of times. But other than him, they haven't really troubled Virat Kohli and Jadeja in particular enough to really cause them to
I
give their
think
wicket away or so.
the next consistent one would have to be Jason Holder, because
Yeah.
his approach was off stump, outside the off stump.
To the left-handers
To the
in particular.
left-handers, yep.
Yeah. And he caused a lot of problem in getting the wicket of Jaiswal as well, playing from one wide outside the off stump.
And of course Jadeja, because he also had Jadeja, keeping him quiet, especially when he first came to the wicket and the Holder was operating. So there are some positives for the West Indies, and I think when they sit in the dressing room tonight, that's what they'll talk about, that middle session.
Yeah.
What they did well, and how they got the success. Now they need to figure out how to come back tomorrow now and try to do it again. Start well, but I think they could start with a new ball first up,
Yeah.
and then see what happens. Maybe they'll mix things up, Shannon Gabriel maybe, Alzari Joseph at the other end, and see if that works. And then they could now go back to Kemar Roach and Jason Holder if that first burst doesn't produce the goods for them. But all of that is tomorrow. We just have to wait and see. But as it is tonight, they'll be talking about Virat Kohli, who is ominously placed here now on 87 not out, eyeing another Test 100. And certainly, what an occasion. He's such a big occasion player that in this centenary test, the 100th test match between the two countries, whose name will be on the board there. I'm sure Virat Kohli would want his name to be on there with 100 behind it. But all of that will have to wait until tomorrow. But this is where we're going to have to say goodbye for today. Hope you enjoyed it. And we look forward to your company again come tomorrow. Remember, this was Cricket 360 production, and we'll have a lot more come tomorrow.